Hello beautiful people. Welcome to Arise Harry. In today's episode, we explore, what if Harry found a Thestral Foal at age 5 and it made him Lord of the Dead at Hogwarts? Hit like, subscribe, and join our community of story lovers. Let's begin. Chapter 1, The Foal in the Dark. The thing in the bushes was dying. Harry knew what dying looked like. He was 5 years old and he knew it the way other children knew the shapes of clouds or the rules of tag, instinctively, without anyone teaching him. He'd watched a bird seize up on the windowsill of number 4 Privet Drive last spring, its small body going rigid and then terribly loose, and something had left it that he could almost see. A shimmer. A breath that wasn't breath. Aunt Petunia had shrieked when she'd found it and made him throw it in the bin with his bare hands, and he'd felt the strange coolness of the thing that had departed still clinging to the feathers. So when the sound came from the tangle of hawthorn and dead nettles at the edge of the scrubby woods behind Magnolia Crescent, a wet, ragged breathing that hitched and caught and hitched again, Harry stopped running. He'd been running from Dudley. That was what Tuesday afternoons were for. Dudley chased, Harry ran, and if Harry was fast enough he'd find somewhere to hide until his cousin got bored or hungry, whichever came first. The woods were usually enough. Dudley didn't like the woods. Too many bugs, too far from the television, and once he'd stepped in something that turned out to be fox droppings and had screamed so loudly that Mrs. Figg had called the police. Harry pushed through the hawthorn. The thorns caught his oversized t-shirt, one of Dudley's cast-offs, so large it hung nearly to his knees, and scratched thin red lines across his arms, but he barely noticed. The breathing was close. Right there, in the flattened circle of dead grass where the bushes opened up into a hollow. He saw it, and his mind went very quiet. It was a horse. Except it wasn't a horse, not really, the same way a skeleton wasn't a person. It was jet black, so black that the late afternoon light seemed to fall into it and not come back, and it was barely the size of a large dog. A foal. Its body was all wrong angles, too thin, the bones visible beneath skin that looked like leather stretched over tent poles. Great bat-like wings lay crumpled against its sides, one of them bent at an angle that made Harry's stomach clench. Its face was reptilian, almost dragon-like, with white eyes that had no pupils. Those eyes were open. They were looking right at him. The foal made a sound, not the breathing he'd heard before but something higher, a thin keen like a teakettle with no steam left. Its legs scrambled weakly against the dirt. Trying to get up. Trying to run from him. "It's okay," Harry said. He said it the way he said things to himself in the cupboard under the stairs when the dark got too heavy and the spiders moved across his face. Quiet. Steady. Like if he kept his voice smooth enough, the world might smooth out too. "I'm not going to hurt you." He crouched down. The foal's nostrils flared, two dark slits in that strange skull-like face, and it smelled him. Its head dropped back to the ground. Too tired to run. Too hurt. Harry looked at the broken wing. The bone jutted under the skin like a snapped stick. He'd broken his own wrist once, when Dudley had pushed him down the stairs, and Uncle Vernon had told the doctor at hospital that Harry was clumsy, always falling over, you know how boys are. They'd set it with a cast and it had healed in 4 weeks. Harry remembered the doctor's hands, firm but careful, and the way the pain had settled into something manageable once the bone was back where it belonged. "I can help," he said, not knowing if that was true. "But you have to let me." The foal's white eyes blinked. Once. Slowly. Harry reached out his hand, palm up, fingers loose. The foal's muzzle, cool and dry, like touching a stone that had been in the shade, pressed against his skin. Something happened. It wasn't dramatic. There was no flash of light, no thunderclap, no music swelling from nowhere. It was more like a door opening in a room Harry hadn't known was closed. A sensation of space, of depth, as if the ground beneath him went down farther than it should. The whisper of voices, not words, not yet, just the murmur of a crowd heard from very far away. And cold. A sweet, clean cold, like the first breath of winter air, pouring up his arm from the place where his hand met the foal's skin and spreading through his chest. The foal exhaled. Its whole body relaxed. Harry sat down in the dirt beside it and began to figure out what to do about the wing. He came back the next day with a roll of medical tape he'd stolen from the bathroom cabinet and 2 straight sticks he'd found in the garden. He'd watched a nature program once, through the crack in the cupboard door when the Dursleys were asleep, a vet splinting a bird's wing, and he tried to remember exactly how they'd done it. The foal let him work. It watched him with those pupilless eyes and didn't flinch when he wrapped the tape around the sticks and the thin, leathery wing, pulling the bone as straight as he could manage. He brought food, too. A handful of raw mince he'd palmed from the fridge while Aunt Petunia was on the telephone, and 3 pieces of bread he'd saved from his own meals. The foal sniffed the bread and ignored it. The raw mince, it ate. Right, Harry said. Meat, then. Over the following weeks, Harry became a very accomplished thief. He took sausages from the pan when Aunt Petunia's back was turned. He swiped chicken legs from the bin after Sunday dinners. He found a dead rat in the garden shed and brought that too, and the foal devoured it so quickly that Harry had to jump back to keep his fingers. Nobody noticed. Nobody ever noticed Harry, not really, and that had always been the worst thing about his life. Now it was the most useful. The foal healed fast. Within 2 weeks it was standing, wobbly and knock-kneed, the splinted wing held stiffly against its side. Within a month it was walking, following Harry around the hollow in unsteady circles, bumping its bony head against his hip when he stopped. Harry had started naming it on the 3rd day, trying things out. Shadow. Midnight. Bones. Nothing fit. Then one evening, sitting with his back against a tree while the foal dozed with its head in his lap, Harry was turning the pages of a battered book about Greek myths he'd found in a box of Dudley's discarded birthday presents. His eyes caught on a word. Moros. The spirit of doom. The personification of impending death, whom no mortal could escape. The foal opened one white eye and looked at him. Moros, Harry said. The foal yawned, showing a mouth full of tiny needle-like teeth, and went back to sleep. The name stuck. By autumn, Moros could fly. The wing had healed cleanly, Harry had removed the splint after 6 weeks, his heart in his throat, and Moros had unfurled both wings and stretched them wide, and they were enormous, far too large for the small body, ribbed and membranous like a bat's. Moros had flapped once, twice, and launched into the air with a clumsy lurch that sent Harry stumbling backward. Within minutes the foal was circling above the tree-line, a black shape against the grey Surrey sky, and Harry had laughed, actually laughed, head tipped back, the sound unfamiliar and bright in his own ears. Nobody saw Moros. That became clear early on. Mrs. Fig walked right past the hollow one afternoon while Moros was standing in plain sight, and she didn't so much as glance sideways. Dudley chased Harry to the edge of the woods one day and Moros stepped out of the bushes directly in front of him, wings flared, teeth bared, and Dudley ran straight through, or rather, past, as if Moros simply wasn't there. He'd shuddered violently and complained of being cold and gone home. They can't see you, Harry told Moros that night, sitting in the hollow with the foal's head on his knee. I don't know why I can. But I can. Moros nudged his hand. Harry scratched behind the leathery ears, and the creature made a sound like a cat's purr fed through a cello. And in the back of Harry's mind, in that space that had opened up the first time they'd touched, the whispers murmured. They grew louder, as the months turned over. Not alarming, Harry was not the kind of boy who alarmed easily, not after the cupboard, not after the hunger and the bruises and the long silences that were worse than shouting. The whispers were company. They were like hearing a radio through a wall, indistinct, but present, and somehow comforting. Sometimes, when Harry was very still and very calm, he could almost make out words. Here. Still here. Remember. He heard them most strongly around dead things. The bird cemetery behind the church, where the groundskeeper buried the pigeons that flew into the stained glass. The old pet cemetery at the end of Wisteria Walk. The stretch of road on Privet Drive where a fox had been hit by a car and the stain lingered on the tarmac for weeks. Harry would walk past these places and the whispers would swell, and he'd feel that clean cold in his chest, and sometimes, just sometimes, he'd see the shimmer again. The thing that left when life left. Except now it wasn't leaving. It was gathering. Around him. He didn't tell anyone. Who would he tell? The Dursleys would lock him in the cupboard for a month. And besides, this was his. His and Moros's. The only thing in his entire life that belonged to him. Years passed. Harry grew, though not as much as he should have. The cupboard and the missed meals saw to that. He stayed small, wiry, with his mother's green eyes behind glasses that were always broken and always mended with tape. But something changed in him that the Dursleys couldn't quite name and couldn't quite ignore. He got quieter. Not the beaten-down silence of before, but something else, a stillness, like a deep lake. When Uncle Vernon shouted, Harry looked at him with those green eyes and didn't flinch, and Vernon would falter, trailing off mid-bluster, unsettled by something he couldn't articulate. "There's something wrong with that boy," Vernon told Petunia one evening, when Harry was 9. Harry heard it through the cupboard door. "Something off about the way he looks at you." "He's always been strange," Petunia said, and her voice was thin. Harry smiled in the dark. Moros was outside. He could feel the Thestral's presence like a warm pressure at the back of his skull, waiting in the garden, invisible and patient. Moros was big now. Bigger than a horse, all sharp angles and dark wings, and when Harry rode on his back at night, soaring above the sleeping streets of Little Whinging with the wind tearing at his hair and the ground a patchwork of rooftops below, the whispers sang. On the morning of Harry's 11th birthday, the letter came. He was making breakfast, bacon for Dudley, toast for himself, when the mail slot clattered. "Get the post," Vernon grunted without looking up from his paper. Harry went. 3 things on the mat, a bill, a postcard from Aunt Marge, and a heavy envelope made of yellowish parchment, addressed in emerald green ink to Mr. H. Potter, The Cupboard Under the Stairs, 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Harry picked it up and felt the whispers stir. There was something in this letter, not death, but something adjacent to it. Old magic. The kind that left fingerprints. He opened it right there in the hallway, standing in a shaft of dusty morning light, and read it twice. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He was a wizard. There was a whole world, apparently, that he'd been supposed to know about and didn't. He tucked the letter into the waistband of his jeans and walked back into the kitchen and put the bill and postcard on the table and said nothing. The Dursleys didn't notice. They never noticed. That evening, he sat in the hollow with Moros and read the letter again by the light of something he'd recently discovered he could do, a cold, pale glow that gathered in his palm when he concentrated, silvery white, like moonlight made solid. It wasn't warm. It smelled faintly of frost and old stone. He didn't know what it was. He didn't know what he was. "Wizards," he said to Moros. "Apparently I'm a wizard." Moros huffed and stretched one enormous wing over Harry like a canopy. "You're not surprised, are you?" A rumble. "Definitely not surprised." The giant came 3 days later. Hagrid. He was the largest person Harry had ever seen, and he smelled like dog and wood smoke, and when he looked at Harry his eyes went wet and he said, "Last time I saw you, you was only a baby." "Yeah, look a lot like your dad, but you've got your mum's eyes." Harry had never been told he looked like anyone before. Something in his chest contracted. Hagrid told him about his parents. About Voldemort. About the scar. Harry sat on Dudley's second bedroom's bed, they'd given him the room in a panic when the letters started multiplying, and listened to the whole thing with that deep lake stillness, and when Hagrid was done, Harry said, "My mother died in front of me." "Yeah," Hagrid said, blowing his nose into a tablecloth-sized handkerchief. "She did. She died protectin' you, Harry." "I know," Harry said. And he did know. Not because anyone had told him, but because sometimes, in the deepest part of the night, the whispers coalesced into something almost like a voice, and it said Harry, and it sounded like what he imagined a mother might sound like. He had never chased it. He was afraid that if he reached for it, it would disappear. Diagon Alley was overwhelming and Harry didn't let it show. Hagrid led him through the leaky cauldron, where people shook his hand and stared at his scar, and then through the brick archway into the alley itself, and Harry catalogued everything with quick green eyes while keeping his face neutral. Gringotts. The vault full of gold. Madame Malkin's, where a pale blonde boy talked at him about Quidditch and bloodlines while a witch pinned up his robes. Flourish and blots for books. The apothecary, where Harry paused at the threshold and felt the whispers go wild. Dead things. Everywhere. Dried insects, pickled organs, powdered bones, jars of things that had once been alive and now were ingredients. The whispers layered over each other, a dozen, 100 voices, and Harry breathed through it and walked inside and bought what he needed and walked out. Hagrid was waiting with an ice cream and a snowy owl in a cage. "Happy birthday," he said, beaming. Harry took the owl and felt a rush of affection so sudden it nearly knocked him sideways. He named her Hedwig that same night, from a name in his History of Magic textbook. But it was Ollivander's that truly shook him. The shop was narrow and dusty and packed floor to ceiling with thin boxes, and the moment Harry stepped inside, the whispers stopped. Completely. Total silence in his head for the first time in 6 years. He almost stumbled. The old man materialized from the shelves like a ghost himself, silver eyes, soft voice, fingers like pale spiders. "Ah," he said. "Yes. I wondered when I'd be seeing you, Mr. Potter." He knew about Harry's parents' wands. He knew about Voldemort's. He started pulling boxes and handing Harry wands and taking them back, and the silence in Harry's head grew heavier with each one, pressing in. "Tricky customer," Ollivander murmured, and there was something in his eyes that was more than professional curiosity. He disappeared into the back of the shop and came back with a box that was older than the others, the wood dark and smooth with age. "I wonder." The wand inside was holly. 11 inches. And its core was a phoenix feather, brother to the feather in Voldemort's wand. Harry picked it up and 3 things happened simultaneously. Warmth flooded up his arm, red and gold sparks showered from the tip, and the whispers came roaring back, louder than ever, a full chorus of voices that surged and then settled into a steady hum. Ollivander was watching him with an expression Harry couldn't read. "Curious," he said. "Very curious. You're going to tell me that the phoenix whose feather is in my wand gave another feather," Harry said quietly. "And that feather is in Voldemort's wand." Ollivander's silver eyes went wide. "How did you?" "The wand told me," Harry said, and it was the truth, though he couldn't have explained how. The knowledge had simply been there, pressed into his mind like a fingerprint, the moment his hand closed around the holly wood. He paid 7 galleons and left. Behind him, Ollivander stood motionless in his dusty shop for a very long time. That night, back at Privet Drive, Harry packed his trunk and sat on his bed with Hedwig preening on the desk and Moroz's vast shadow visible through the window, blotting out the streetlight. He held the holly wand and turned it in his fingers. "This is going to change everything," he said to no one in particular. The whispers murmured agreement. September 1st was grey and cool, and King's Cross Station was a roaring chaos of commuters and pigeons and announcements echoing off the vaulted ceiling. Hagrid had given Harry a ticket, platform 9 3/4, and then had vanished on mysterious business, leaving Harry to figure it out alone. Which was fine. Harry had been figuring things out alone his whole life. He found the barrier between platforms 9 and 10 because he could feel it. Not see it, there was nothing to see, just a solid brick pillar between 2 platforms, but there was a thrumming in the air around it, a hum that matched the hum in his chest, and when he pushed his trolley straight at the wall, he wasn't even slightly afraid. The Hogwarts Express was scarlet and beautiful and pouring steam. Harry found a compartment near the back, loaded his trunk, and settled in by the window. Moros was out there. He could feel the Thestral pacing alongside the train, invisible, agitated by the crowds. "I'll find you," Harry thought, pushing the feeling down their bond. "Wherever this train goes, I'll find you." A sense of grudging acceptance came back. Moros would follow. Moros always followed. The compartment door slid open. A gangly red-haired boy with a smudge of dirt on his nose peered in. "Anyone sitting here? Everywhere else is full." "Go ahead," Harry said. The boy sat down across from him and immediately looked everywhere except at Harry, radiating nervousness. "I'm Ron," he said. "Ron Weasley." "Harry Potter." Ron's ears went red. "Are you really? I mean, have you really got the—" His eyes flicked to Harry's forehead. Harry pushed his fringe aside and showed him the scar. Ron stared, then seemed to remember his manners and looked away. "Sorry. You probably get that all the time." "Not really. I only found out about all of this a month ago." "You didn't know?" Ron looked so scandalized that Harry almost laughed. "Blimey. That's mental. Everyone in the wizarding world knows who you are." "So I'm told." The train began to move. London slid past the window, and then suburbs, and then open countryside, green and gold under the grey sky. Ron produced a stack of sandwiches and offered to share, and Harry, who had never had anyone offer to share food with him, accepted one and ate it slowly, tasting corned beef and an unexpected thickness in his throat. They talked. Ron told him about his family, 5 older brothers, 1 younger sister, parents who loved them fiercely and had no money. Harry listened and asked questions, and Ron loosened up the way people always did when someone actually paid attention to them. He was funny, Harry realized. Quick and self-deprecating and loyal in the way he talked about his family, even when he was complaining. "So what's it like?" Ron asked eventually, around a mouthful of chocolate frog. "Being the boy who lived." Harry considered this. Outside the window, the countryside was darkening, and he could feel Moros keeping pace with the train, a dark shape soaring just above the tree line, invisible to everyone but him. "I don't remember any of it," he said. "I was a baby. All I know is my parents died and I didn't." Ron's chewing slowed. He swallowed. "Yeah," he said. "Yeah, I suppose that's, yeah." He didn't try to fill the silence with reassurance, and Harry liked him for it. The compartment door opened again. A girl with enormous bushy hair and an already bossy expression looked in. "Has anyone seen a toad?" "A boy named Neville's lost one." "No," Ron said. The girl's eyes landed on Harry and widened in recognition, but she didn't say anything about his scar. Instead, she said, "You've got dirt on your nose, did you know?" to Ron, and then she was gone. Ron rubbed his nose. "Charming." Harry grinned. It was small and brief, but Ron caught it and grinned back, and something settled between them, not friendship yet, but the foundation of it, the agreement that they were going to figure this out together. The sky outside went fully dark. The train was winding through wild, hilly country now, and Harry could feel something ahead of them, a vast, ancient concentration of magic that made his bones hum. When the announcement came to change into robes, Harry pulled his on and looked out the window and saw, far in the distance, a scattering of lights on a hilltop. He pressed his hand against the cold glass. The whispers surged. "Home," they said. "Home, home, home." The boats were small and wobbled dangerously, and the giant squid surfaced once, a single tentacle breaking the black water and sliding back under. Harry sat in a boat with Ron and a round-faced boy who turned out to be the toadless Neville, and as they rounded the bend and Hogwarts castle came into view, blazing with light, towers and turrets and battlements piled impossibly high against the starry sky, Harry felt something crack open inside him. Not the whispers. Not the cold. Something older and simpler. The feeling of arriving somewhere you were supposed to be. Ron whispered, "Wicked." Harry said nothing. He was listening to the castle. Because the castle was full of the dead. He could feel them, dozens, hundreds, layered through the stone like sediment, ghosts and echoes and imprints pressed into the walls by centuries of magic. They were aware of him. He could feel their attention turning, one by one, like faces in a crowd swiveling toward a sound. A whisper ran through them, spirit to spirit, fast as lightning. He's here. The Death Speaker. He's here. The boats bumped against the dock. Harry climbed out on slightly unsteady legs. Hagrid led them up the stone steps to the great oak doors, which swung open to reveal a stern-faced witch in emerald robes, Professor McGonagall, who looked at them the way a general looks at new recruits. She explained the sorting. For houses. The hat. Harry half listened, his attention split between her words and the rising murmur of the dead, which was getting louder with every step he took into the castle, as if the building itself was whispering his name. They were led into the great hall, and it was everything and nothing like Harry had expected. Thousands of candles floating beneath a ceiling enchanted to look like the night sky. For long tables packed with students. A high table where the teachers sat, and at its center, a very old man with a long silver beard and half-moon spectacles who could only be Albus Dumbledore. And the ghosts. They drifted through the hall, pearly white, translucent, chatting with students and floating through the tables. Nearly headless Nick, the Gryffindor ghost, was in the middle of telling a story to a group of older students, his nearly severed head wobbling dangerously. The fat friar hovered near the Hufflepuff table, beaming. The Grey Lady drifted along the Ravenclaw table, aloof and elegant. And at the far end of the Slytherin table, the Bloody Baron sat in grim, silver-stained silence. Harry stepped into the hall. Every ghost stopped moving. It wasn't subtle. It was as if someone had pressed pause on the dead while the living kept going. Nearly headless Nick froze mid-sentence, his head swinging forward on the flap of ghostly skin that held it. The fat friar's smile fell away. The Grey Lady turned sharply, her eyes locking onto Harry with an intensity that had nothing spectral about it. And the Bloody Baron stood up. The students didn't notice. They were busy watching the first years file in, whispering and pointing. But the teacher's table had a better view, and Harry saw Dumbledore's eyes narrow behind his spectacles, and a hook-nosed man in black robes go very still. The dead stared at Harry. Harry looked back, steady and calm and unsurprised, because he'd been feeling them since the boats and he'd known this was coming. Hello, he thought. The whisper that came back was not a word. It was a sound like wind through a cathedral, vast and reverent and aching with recognition. Professor McGonagall set a battered old hat on a stool. The hat sang a song about the 4 houses. Harry barely heard it. He was watching the Bloody Baron, who had crossed the hall in a straight line, passing through 2 tables and a dozen students, and was now hovering 10 feet away, staring at Harry with an expression that was equal parts awe and fear. Names were called. Students went up, sat down, wore the hat, got sorted. Granger, Hermione, went to Gryffindor, and the bushy-haired girl from the train practically ran to the table. Malfoy, Draco, the blonde boy from Madame Malkin's, went to Slytherin before the hat even touched his head, and he swaggered to his table looking satisfied. Potter, Harry. The hall went silent. Actually silent, not just the dead this time, every living person in the room stopped talking and turned to look. Harry walked to the stool with his hands loose at his sides and his face composed and sat down. McGonagall lowered the hat onto his head. Darkness. The brim fell over his eyes. And then a voice, not the whispers, but something sharper, more defined, spoke directly into his mind. Oh, the Sorting Hat said. Oh my. Harry waited. I've sorted 10,000 students and I have never, what are you, boy? Harry Potter, Harry said, very quietly, under the brim. Don't be glib with me. I can see what's in your head. I can see, the hat's voice faltered. Actually faltered, like a person who'd started a sentence and realized halfway through that they were out of their depth. The dead speak to you. Yes. You have a Thestral bonded to your soul. His name is Moros. You carry the touch of death like a cloak. You have since you were a baby. Since she died for you. A long pause. There hasn't been a death speaker in these halls for 800 years. Harry felt a pulse of something from the hat, not hostility, but a deep, ancient wariness. And beneath that, curiosity. The Sorting Hat was over 1,000 years old. It had seen everything. And it hadn't seen this. Where to put you, the hat murmured. Slytherin would nurture your ambition, and you do have ambition, buried deep, an ambition to never be powerless again. But no. Slytherin would try to use you, and you would not be used. Ravenclaw. You have the mind for it. You've been studying death the way scholars study stars, through observation, through patience. But no. Not quite. You're not detached enough for Ravenclaw. You care too much. Harry thought of Moros. Of the broken wing. Of sitting in the cold dirt for hours, holding a creature no one else could see. Hufflepuff would value your loyalty. But you'd disappear there, and you've been invisible long enough. The hat was quiet for a moment. Gryffindor, then. Yes. Because what you did at age 5, walking toward a dying creature when any sane child would have run, that's courage of the most fundamental kind. Not the absence of fear. The choice to act despite it. Gryffindor, Harry agreed. A word of warning, Death Speaker. The hat's voice dropped low. The dead will love you. They always love the one who can hear them. Don't let their love bury you. Gryffindor, the hat shouted to the hall. The Gryffindor table exploded. Harry took off the hat, handed it to McGonagall, whose expression flickered with something complicated as she looked at him, and walked to his table. Ron, already sorted, had saved him a seat and was pounding the table with both fists. We got Potter. We got Potter. Harry sat down. The cheering washed over him. Across the hall, Draco Malfoy was watching with narrow grey eyes. At the high table, Dumbledore was watching with a calm smile that didn't reach his gaze. The hook-nosed man in black, Snape, Harry knew without being told, the name surfacing from the whispers like a bubble from deep water, was watching with something that might have been fury. And the ghosts were watching. All of them. Still motionless, still riveted, arranged around the edges of the hall in a loose semicircle that only Harry could appreciate the significance of. Nearly headless Nick drifted closer. He was a portly ghost in a ruff and doublet, and his head was wobbling badly because his hands were trembling, which was something Harry hadn't known ghosts could do. "My lord," Nick said, very softly, pitched under the noise of the feast. "We have waited so long." Harry looked at him. At the wound in his neck, the botched execution that had left him neither fully beheaded nor fully attached, suspended forever in the moment of a death that wouldn't complete. He could see it, could see the axe's path, the executioner's hesitation, the terrible instant of almost, the way you could see rings in a cut tree. "Don't call me that," Harry said gently. "My name is Harry." Nick's lower lip trembled. His head tilted forward on its hinge of ghostly skin, and he caught it with one translucent hand and pressed it back into place. "Harry, then," he whispered. "And then, quieter still, will you, sometime, will you hear my story? The real one. The one I remember." The feast appeared on golden plates, roast beef and chicken and mountains of potatoes, and Ron was loading his plate with the enthusiasm of a boy who'd been eating corned beef sandwiches all day, and Hermione Granger was already talking about which classes she was most excited for, and candles floated overhead, and the enchanted ceiling showed a sweep of stars. "Yes," Harry told Nick. "I will." Nick closed his eyes. When he opened them, they were bright with something that ghosts weren't supposed to feel. He drifted back to his place at the table, and as he went, Harry saw him pass the Bloody Baron. The two ghosts exchanged a look. The Baron inclined his head, just barely, a fraction of a degree, in Harry's direction. Harry turned back to his plate. Ron was trying to talk to him about Quidditch with his mouth full. Hermione was lecturing Neville about the sealing enchantment. It was loud and warm and alive, and Harry found himself smiling, really smiling, for perhaps the third time in his life. Under the table, his hand rested on his knee, and the holly wand hummed against his hip, and far away, out past the grounds, in the dark fringe of a forest that Harry could feel the way you feel a heartbeat, Moros raised his head and screamed into the night, a sound that no one heard except the boy in the great hall who carried death like a second skin. After the feast, Dumbledore stood and gave a speech about forbidden corridors and forests and other things that Harry filed away with the attention of someone who had learned very young that the rules people told you about were always less interesting than the ones they didn't. Percy Weasley, Ron's older brother and a prefect, led them up 7 flights of stairs that moved, past portraits that talked, to the entrance to Gryffindor Tower. Passwords Caput Draconis, Percy said importantly, and the portrait of a large woman in a pink dress swung open. The common room was round and cozy and draped in red and gold, with a fire crackling in the great and squashy armchairs scattered about. Harry looked at it and felt nothing in particular. It was nicer than the cupboard. That was a low bar. Ron was yawning enormously. I'm knackered. Bed? In a minute, Harry said. I want to look around. Ron shrugged amicably and headed up the spiral staircase to the boys' dormitory. Harry waited until the common room emptied. It didn't take long, everyone was exhausted from the journey, and then he walked to the window. Hogwarts grounds spread out below, moonlit and vast. The lake was a dark mirror. The forest was a black wall. And moving along the forest's edge, visible only to Harry, was a tall, skeletal shape with folded wings, pacing back and forth like a sentry. Harry pressed his palm against the glass. I'm here. I'm safe. Moros stopped pacing. The great head turned toward the castle. Harry felt a wash of something through their bond, relief, and possessiveness, and a fierce territorial satisfaction that made him think of wolves marking their territory. He smiled. Then he turned from the window and nearly walked into a ghost. Not Nick. Not the Baron. This ghost was older, fainter, more translucent, as if she'd been dead so long that even her spirit was wearing thin. She was a woman in medieval robes, her face drawn and sad, and she hovered in the middle of the common room with her hands clasped in front of her. I'm sorry, she said. I shouldn't be here. This isn't my house. But I had to see. See what? Harry asked. You. She drifted closer. Her eyes searched his face. You can hear me. You can actually hear me. I've been trying to talk to the living for 600 years and no one, not once, her voice broke. Ghosts didn't cry, not really, but something happened to her face that was the memory of crying, the echo of grief impressed upon the spirit like a fossil in stone. I can hear you, Harry said. My name is Eloan. I was a student here, once. Ravenclaw. I died in the South Tower during the Black Plague. We thought Hogwarts would be safe, that the magic would keep the sickness out, but it didn't, and she stopped. Steadied herself. I've been trying to tell someone where I hid my journal. It has the cure in it. The potion I was working on. I was so close, and then where is it? Harry asked. Behind the loose stone in the South Tower staircase. Third landing, left wall, 4th stone from the bottom. Please. It won't matter for the plague anymore, but the principles, the theory, it could help. I was a good potioneer. I was so good, and nobody remembers. I'll find it, Harry said. I'll make sure someone reads it. Eloan looked at him. 600 years of silence, of screaming into a void, of being unseen and unheard in the place where she had died, all of it was in her face. And then she smiled, and it was like watching the sun come up over old ruins. Thank you, she whispered. Thank you, Harry Potter. She faded. Not gone, he could still feel her, a faint warmth in the stone, but retreated, back to whatever corner of the castle she haunted. Harry stood alone in the Gryffindor common room. The fire crackled. The portrait snored. Outside, Moros had settled at the forest's edge, folding his great wings like a tent. Harry climbed the spiral staircase to his dormitory. 4 other boys were already asleep. Ron's snoring was impressive for an 11-year-old. Harry's bed was by the window, the 4-poster hung with deep red curtains, and when he pulled them shut and lay down on sheets that were clean and soft and smelled like lavender, he thought, "This is the first bed I've ever had." The whispers murmured around him. Not demanding. Not frightening. Just present. The dead of Hogwarts, settling around the boy who could hear them, keeping watch. Harry closed his eyes. In his mind, very faintly, almost too faint to catch, a voice that wasn't a whisper said, "Sleep well, my darling boy." It sounded like a mother. Harry slept. He dreamed of a woman with red hair and green eyes standing in a doorway of light, and she was smiling, and behind her, stretching out to an impossible horizon, were the ranks of the dead, thousands, millions, every person who had ever lived and passed on, and they were all looking at him with an expression he had never seen directed at himself before. Hope. He dreamed of Moros, flying in great circles above a castle that blazed like a beacon, and wherever the Thestral's shadow fell, the boundary between the living and the dead grew thin, and through that thinness, the 2 worlds reached for each other. He dreamed of a hat on a stool saying, "Don't let their love bury you." He dreamed of a pale man with red eyes and no nose, screaming in a void, clawing at the walls of something that held him, and the man turned and saw Harry and the scream changed, from rage to something else. Fear. Harry woke to sunlight and Ron's voice saying, "Mate, breakfast's in 10 minutes, are you coming or what?" And he swung his legs out of bed and put on his glasses and said, "Yeah, I'm coming." His first day at Hogwarts. His first day as a student, a Gryffindor, an 11-year-old boy with a wand and a timetable and a best friend who talked too much about Quidditch. His first day as the Lord of the Dead. Harry Potter went down to breakfast. Chapter 3, The Dead Remember. Halloween morning arrived with the smell of baking pumpkin drifting through every corridor of the castle, and Harry woke with the feeling that something was wrong. Not wrong in the obvious way, no pain in his scar, no nightmare clinging to the edges of his mind. Wrong in the way the air feels before a thunderstorm, charged and heavy, full of potential energy with nowhere to go. The whispers were agitated. They'd been building all week, ever since Harry had found the path beneath the empty classroom, and now they were a constant low hum in the back of his skull, like a radio stuck between stations. Moros felt it too. Harry had visited him at dawn, as had become his habit, standing at the forest's edge in the grey half-light while the Thestral paced and snapped his wings and refused to settle. The bond between them thrummed with a taut, electric anxiety that wasn't quite fear and wasn't quite excitement. "What is it?" Harry asked, pressing his forehead against Moros's neck. "What's coming?" Moros tossed his head. He didn't know. But he knew something was, and his instincts were screaming at him to take Harry and fly and not stop until they were very far from here. "I can't leave," Harry said. "I have a transfiguration test." A huff of disgusted disbelief. Moros's opinion of formal education had not improved since Harry's enrollment. Harry scratched behind the leathery ears. "I'll be careful. I promise." He walked back to the castle. The Halloween decorations were going up, live bats swooping through the corridors, jack-o'-lanterns the size of garden sheds floating near the ceiling of the great hall, the smell of sugar and cinnamon and the particular musty sweet scent of enchanted cobwebs. The students were excited, buzzing about the feast that evening, and Harry moved through their chatter like a stone in a stream, present but apart. Ron caught up with him at the Gryffindor table, already talking with his mouth full. "Fred and George say the Halloween feast is the best meal of the year. Apparently last year they had these massive cauldron cakes shaped like skulls, and the skulls actually screamed when you bit into them." "Wicked, right?" "Wicked," Harry agreed, poking at his porridge. Hermione appeared with her bag already packed for classes, her hair pulled back in a haphazard bun that was already losing the battle against gravity. She took one look at Harry and frowned. "You look terrible." "Thanks. I mean it. Have you been sleeping?" Harry had been sleeping. That was the problem, he'd been sleeping deeply, and the dreams had been getting stranger. The path beneath the classroom. The name Aldrich echoing in the dark. And something else, something new, a room made of pale stone, a throne woven from thestral hair, torches that burned with cold silver light. A place that was waiting for him. "I'm fine," he said. "Just a weird feeling." Hermione's frown deepened, but she let it go. She had a different concern. "I got my copy of Death Speakers, a suppressed history yesterday. The one I ordered from that second-hand shop in Diagon Alley. Harry, you need to read it. There's a whole chapter on what happened to Aldrich the Grey." "What happened to him?" Hermione glanced around. The table was crowded, students laughing and talking, paying them no attention. She leaned closer anyway. "He went mad. According to the book, he opened himself too fully to the dead, let too many in, listened too long, went too deep. By the end, he couldn't tell the living from the dead. He tried to pull his wife back from the other side, and the effort killed him. Or drove him mad first, and then killed him. The accounts disagree." Harry's hand tightened around his spoon. "That's encouraging. It's a warning. The same warning the Sorting Hat gave you and the same warning the Bloody Baron, you told me he warned you too, through Nick. Harry, everyone who knows about Death Speakers seems to agree on one thing, the power consumes you if you're not careful. I am being careful. You helped a ghost move on and your nose bled for 20 minutes. It was 10 minutes. It was 20. Ron timed it." Harry looked at Ron, who had the grace to look sheepish. "She asked me to keep an eye on you, mate. Can't say no to her when she does the eyebrow thing." "I do not have an eyebrow thing," Hermione said, doing the eyebrow thing. Harry sighed. But something in his chest loosened, the tight, worried knot that had been there since dawn. They were watching out for him. Not because they were afraid of him, but because they were afraid for him. There was a difference, and it mattered more than he could say. "I'll read the book," he said. "After the feast. Tonight. Promise?" "Promise." Classes were uneventful. Transfiguration, Harry turned his beetle into a button on the second try, earning a rare nod from McGonagall. History of Magic, Professor Binns droned about goblin rebellions while half the class slept and Harry, who could see the ghostly professor more clearly than anyone, could see the chalk dust still clinging to the spectral fingers, could see the outline of the armchair where Binns had fallen asleep and died and simply gotten up and kept teaching, took careful notes and said nothing. Charms, they practiced levitation, and Hermione nailed it on her first attempt, which earned her a beaming, splendid, from Flitwick and a sulky silence from Ron. It was after Charms that things went sideways. They were walking to the Great Hall for the Halloween feast. The corridors were packed, everyone moving in the same direction, and the noise was enormous, laughter, shouts, the bang of a premature firecracker from the direction of the Weasley twins. Harry was between Ron and Hermione, and Ron was saying something about the Chudley Cannon's latest loss, and Hermione was not beside them anymore. Harry stopped. "Where's Hermione?" Ron blinked. Looked around. She was right here. She wasn't at Charms. The end of Charms. She left early. Harry replayed the last hour in his mind. After Hermione's perfect levitation, Ron had said something. What was it? "It's no wonder no one can stand her, she's a nightmare, honestly." And Hermione had heard. Harry had seen her face crumple. He'd been about to say something, but then Seamus Finnegan had set his feather on fire and in the commotion, Hermione had slipped out. "Ron. What you said in Charms." Ron's ears went red. "What? What did I, oh?" The color drained from his face, then flooded back. "I didn't mean, she wasn't supposed to hear, she heard. Bloody hell. We need to find her. After the feast. Harry gave him a look. Ron swallowed. Right. Yeah. Okay. Let's find her. They asked Parvati Patil, who said Hermione had been crying in the first-floor girls' bathroom for hours. Ron looked stricken. Harry grabbed his arm and pulled him through the crowd, against the flow of students heading for the Great Hall, and they were halfway to the bathroom when the screaming started. Not student screaming. Not firecracker screaming. A roar, deep, guttural, reverberating through the stone, followed by a crash that shook the floor, and then the real screaming began, high and panicked, echoing from the direction of the dungeons. Professor Quirrell came sprinting around the corner. His turban was askew, his face was grey, and he was screaming himself. Troll! Troll in the dungeons! Thought you ought to know. He collapsed in a dead faint. The corridor erupted. Students scrambled in every direction. Prefects shouted orders. Dumbledore's voice boomed through the chaos, students are to return to their dormitories immediately. Prefects, lead the way. And the crowd surged toward the staircases. Harry didn't move. The whispers had changed. The moment Quirrell had appeared, the constant background hum had spiked into something sharp and urgent, and Harry felt it like a blade across his skin. Not the troll was alive, and alive things didn't trigger his senses like this. Something else. Something on Quirrell. The same deathly wrongness he'd felt near the third-floor corridor, clinging to the stuttering professor like a film of oil on water. But that was a problem for later. Because Hermione was in the first-floor bathroom and she didn't know about the troll. Ron. Hermione. Ron was pale. The bathrooms on the first floor. The trolls in the dungeons. She should be, a crash. Closer this time. Not from the dungeons. They ran. The corridor outside the girls' bathroom smelled wrong, a thick, rancid stench like a blocked sewer mixed with unwashed feet, and underneath that, the flat mineral smell of stone dust from where something very large had clipped the wall. Harry could see the gouges, deep scratches in the stone, each one wider than his hand. They heard Hermione scream. Harry hit the bathroom door at a dead run and it banged open and the troll was right there, 12 feet tall, gray-skinned, lumpy as a boulder, with a club the size of a tree trunk dragging from one enormous fist. The bathroom was destroyed, sinks smashed, cubicle doors in splinters, water spraying from broken pipes. And Hermione was pressed against the far wall, her face white, her wand in her hand but her arm frozen at her side, because the troll was 3 feet away and closing and she couldn't move. Oi! Ron shouted, and threw a piece of pipe at the troll's head. It bounced off. The troll turned, slowly, stupidly, like a ship changing course, and fixed its tiny eyes on them. Hermione, move! Harry yelled. The troll swung its club. Harry dove left, Ron dove right, and the club smashed into the floor where they'd been standing, cracking the flagstones and sending shrapnel spraying across the room. The troll grunted and heaved the club up for another swing. Harry scrambled to his feet. His wand was in his hand, he didn't remember drawing it, and his mind was racing through every spell he knew, which was not many, and none of them seemed adequate for a 12-foot troll with a club. The troll swung again. At Hermione this time, pivoting back toward the easier target, and Hermione screamed and ducked, and the club demolished the wall above her head, showering her with dust and fragments. Harry felt something shift inside him. Not a decision. Deeper than that. The cold in his chest moved, and the whispers surged, and the thing that had been building all day, the wrongness, the charge, the sense of approaching storm, broke open like a dam. He stepped forward. The bathroom went cold. Not gradually. Instantly. The water spraying from the broken pipes slowed, thickened, began to crystallize. Harry's breath came out in a white plume. Ron gasped and grabbed his arms. Hermione's teeth chattered. The troll felt it. Harry saw the moment it registered, the tiny eyes went wide, the slack jaw clenched, the massive body shuddered. The club wavered in its grip. Because something was standing behind Harry. He couldn't see it. He could feel it, a vast, cold presence at his back, not a ghost, not a spirit, something older and deeper and more fundamental. It was the thing the dead whispered about. The thing that Moros served. The threshold itself, the boundary between life and death, and Harry was standing on it, and for the first time in his life, he had pulled it forward into the world of the living. The troll saw it. The troll was a stupid creature. It had a brain the size of a walnut and motivations that extended no further than food, territory, and hitting things with its club. But it was also an animal, and animals understood death in a way that humans had forgotten. The troll looked past Harry, into the cold, and saw the thing that waited on the other side, and its tiny eyes went enormous with a primal, bone-deep terror. The club dropped. The crash shook the room. The troll stumbled backward, hit the wall, and made a sound, not a roar, not a grunt, but a whimper, high and thin and wrong coming from something so large. It turned. It ran. It smashed through the bathroom wall and into the corridor beyond and kept going, its footsteps shaking the floor, receding. The cold faded. The presence withdrew. Harry stood in the middle of the demolished bathroom with water pooling around his ankles and his heart slamming against his ribs. "Harry," Hermione whispered. She was still pressed against the wall. Her face was white. Not from the troll, from him. What was that? Ron was staring at Harry with an expression that mixed awe with something very close to fear. "Mate. What the hell?" Harry opened his mouth. Closed it. His legs were shaking. The cold in his chest was receding, but slowly, and in its wake was exhaustion, deep, bone-scraping exhaustion, the kind that made the world tilt sideways. "Are you hurt?" he asked Hermione. No. No, I'm fine." "Harry, what was that?" "The troll was looking at something behind you." I couldn't see it, but the troll could, and it was terrified, footsteps. Running. McGonagall burst through the door, followed by Snape and Quirrell. McGonagall took in the scene, destroyed bathroom, 3 first years, troll-shaped hole in the wall, and her face went through about 6 expressions in rapid succession. "What on earth?" She stopped. Her eyes landed on Harry, and Harry saw recognition flash across her face, not surprise, not anger, but a sharp, knowing awareness. She'd heard. She'd been warned. By Dumbledore? By the hat? "It was my fault, Professor McGonagall." Everyone looked at Hermione. She had peeled herself off the wall and was standing upright, chin raised, voice steady despite the fact that she was soaking wet and covered in stone dust. "I went looking for the troll," she said. "I'd read about them and I thought I could handle it. I was wrong. Harry and Ron came to find me and they saved my life." The lie was so smooth, so selflessly delivered, that Harry stared at her. Ron's mouth fell open. McGonagall's lips thinned. She looked at Hermione, at Ron, at Harry. Be that as it may, this was an extraordinarily foolish thing to do. 5 points from Gryffindor, Miss Granger, for your poor judgment. She turned to Harry and Ron. And 5 points each to Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley. Not many first years could take on a full-grown mountain troll and live. You are very lucky. She swept out. Quirrell followed, and Harry caught the flash of something in the man's eyes as he passed, not the usual nervous flutter, but a hard, calculating glare that lasted exactly 1 second before the stuttering mask slammed back into place. Snape was the last to leave. He paused in the doorway, his black robes dripping, he'd come through the waterlogged corridor, and looked at Harry. "The troll didn't leave because it lost interest," he said quietly. "It left because it was afraid. It wasn't a question." Harry met his eyes. "Yes," he said. Snape held his gaze for a beat. Then he left, and Harry saw that he was limping, one leg bloodied, the trouser torn. As if something with teeth had bitten him. As if he'd been somewhere other than the bathroom. The three of them walked back to Gryffindor Tower in silence. The feast had been cancelled, the students sent to their common rooms, and the corridors were empty. Their footsteps echoed off the stone. Hermione spoke first. "I lied for you." "I noticed," Harry said. "I lied because if I'd told her what really happened, that you did something that made a troll run away in terror without casting a single spell, there would have been questions neither of us could answer." "I know. So you owe me an explanation." Harry looked at Ron. Ron shrugged. "She's right, mate. That was, look, I told you I'd watch your back while you did weird stuff. That was weird stuff. Capital W weird stuff. With a side of terrifying. I deserve to know what I'm backing." They reached the common room. It was packed, students milling about, talking in excited whispers about the troll, and Harry steered them to the far corner, behind a bookshelf, where a moth-eaten curtain provided the illusion of privacy. He told them everything. Not the edited version, not the careful summary he'd given before. Everything. Moros. The whispers. The death site. Marjorie crossing over. Eloan's journal. The path beneath the castle. Snape's revelation about his mother. And what had happened in the bathroom. "I don't fully understand it myself," he said. "I didn't plan it. I didn't cast a spell. It was like opening a door. The boundary between life and death, it's always there, everywhere, but usually it's sealed. I pulled it open. Just a crack. Just enough for the troll to see what's on the other side." "And what's on the other side?" Hermione asked. Harry was quiet for a moment. "Everything that's ever died," he said. "Everything that ever will. It's not a place, it's a presence. An inevitability. And animals can feel it." The troll felt it and ran. Ron swallowed audibly. "Could you do that to a person? Make them see that?" "I don't know. I don't want to find out." Silence. Then Hermione said, "You need to learn to control this. Properly. Not just instinctively, you need theory, practice, structure. What happened in the bathroom was powerful, but it was also uncontrolled. You didn't know what you were doing. What if you'd opened the door wider? What if something had come through?" The thought landed in Harry's stomach like a cold stone. "She's right," Ron said. "Not that I understand half of what she's saying, but the general point, you need to know what you're doing before you do it. My brother Charlie works with dragons, right? And the first thing they taught him wasn't how to fight a dragon. It was how to walk away from one." Harry looked at his friends. Ron, who was scared and loyal and holding steady. Hermione, who was scared and brilliant and already planning. Two 11-year-olds sitting behind a dusty curtain in a tower full of celebrating students, and they were choosing to sit with him instead. "Okay," he said. "We figure it out together." Ron stuck out his hand. Hermione put hers on top. Harry added his. "Together," Hermione said. "Together," Ron confirmed. "Now can someone please get me a sandwich? I missed the feast and I'm dying." Harry choked out a laugh. Poor choice of words. "Oh, shut up." The next week, everything changed. Not visibly. Not in the way the other students could see. On the surface, Harry Potter was still the quiet first year with the scar and the glasses, attending classes, eating meals, doing homework. But underneath the surface, the current had shifted. The ghosts pulled back. Harry hadn't asked them to. After the bathroom, they simply gave him space, as if the power he'd displayed had reminded them that the boy they were crowding was not just a listener but something more. The Bloody Baron seemed to be enforcing it. Harry caught glimpses of the grim, silver-stained ghosts stationed at various points throughout the castle, watching the other spirits with a flat stare that discouraged approach. A self-appointed gatekeeper. Nick still came. But his visits were different now, briefer, more purposeful. He'd appear in the common room after midnight, tell Harry a single story from his life, and leave. As if he'd understood, without being told, that Harry needed the information in doses rather than floods. "The Baron's doing," Nick said, when Harry asked about the other ghost's absence. "He's declared you off-limits until you're ready." His words, not mine. Ready for what? Nick adjusted his ruff. "The Court of Bones. It's the place Aldrich the Grey built, deep beneath the castle. Where the Lord of the Dead held audience with the spirits. The Baron was there, in Aldrich's time. He's the only one who remembers." The Baron knew Aldrich. The Baron served Aldrich. Before it went wrong. Nick hesitated. "You should talk to him, Harry. I know he's frightening, believe me, I know, I've been avoiding him for 5 centuries, but he has answers you need." Harry filed that away. Another piece of the puzzle, another thread to pull. The pattern was getting clearer, if not yet complete. Meanwhile, Hermione had launched a research campaign with the organizational intensity of a military operation. She'd secured a note from Professor Flitwick for the restricted section, Independent Study on the Metaphysical Properties of Spectral Manifestation. Flitwick had been delighted, and was working through every book the library had on death magic, death speakers, and the history of Hogwarts ghosts. She reported her findings to Harry and Ron in hushed conversations over breakfast, during free periods, in the corners of the common room. Aldrich the Grey built the Court of Bones in 1173, she told them on a Tuesday, her notes spread across the library table. He was the youngest death speaker on record, his abilities manifested at age 3, after he watched his father die in a farming accident. He came to Hogwarts at 11 and by 15 he was the most powerful student the school had ever seen. The ghosts obeyed him. The Thestrals served him. He could see the echoes of the dead the way you describe, Harry, layers of imprints, centuries deep. And then he went mad, Harry said. Not immediately. He was fine for years. Decades, even. He married, had children, taught at Hogwarts. The madness didn't start until he was in his 40s, and it started with grief. Hermione looked up from her notes. His wife died. Dragon pox. The same thing that killed Marjorie. And Aldrich tried to bring her back. Ron set down his sandwich. Bring her back. Like, from the dead. He tried to cross the boundary. Not just open a crack, actually go through, to the other side, and pull her spirit back into a living body. It didn't work. Obviously. But the attempt shattered something in him. After that, he couldn't close the door. The dead poured through, and he couldn't stop them, and he became, Hermione glanced at her notes. The book calls it, the living threshold. A person who exists simultaneously in both worlds, alive and dead at the same time. He could see and hear everything, every spirit, every echo, every whisper, and it drove him mad. Harry's mouth was dry. How did he die? No one knows. He disappeared from Hogwarts one day and was never seen again. His body was never found. Some historians think he walked through the boundary voluntarily, just, stepped through and never came back. Others think the other Hogwarts founders sealed him beneath the castle to contain what he'd become. That's cheerful, Ron said. The relevant part, Hermione continued, pushing past Ron's commentary, is the pattern. Every death speaker in recorded history has followed the same trajectory. The ability manifests in childhood, usually after witnessing a death. A Thestral bonds with them. Their power grows. They become a bridge between the living and the dead. And eventually, in every single case, the bridge breaks. The dead overwhelm the living. She closed the book. Looked at Harry. Every single case? Harry asked. Every one the book's record. 6 death speakers in 1,000 years. All dead or mad by middle age. The library was quiet. Dust motes drifted in the lamplight. Somewhere in the stacks, Madame Pants was shelving books with the aggressive efficiency of a woman who considered noise a personal insult. "Then I'll be the seventh," Harry said. "And I'll do it differently." "Harry, 6 death speakers. 6 people who didn't have what I have." He looked at them. "I've got you too. I've got Moros. I've got people who'll tell me when I'm going too far." Aldrich tried to do it alone. That's what killed him. Ron and Hermione exchanged a look. Something passed between them, worry, determination, the beginnings of a pact. "Right," Ron said. "So. New rule. If you start going weird, weirder than usual, we stage an intervention." Define weird. "Talking to walls, bleeding from the nose for more than, how long is too long, Hermione?" 5 minutes, Hermione said firmly. 5 minutes, then. Trying to bring anyone back from the dead. Looking at us and not recognizing us. Refusing to eat, Ron, that last one is just you projecting. Food is important. Okay, fine. Looking at walls, nose bleeding, resurrection attempts, and generally being creepy. If any of that happens, we intervene. Agreed? Agreed, Harry said. And despite everything, despite the weight of history, despite the 6 death speakers who'd come before him and fallen, he felt lighter. The cold in his chest was still there, would always be there, but it was balanced now by something warm. Something alive. Good, Hermione said. Now. Let's talk about the 3rd floor corridor. Harry had been waiting for this. Since the night he'd felt the wrongness near the forbidden corridor, and since Snape's mysterious limp on Halloween, the question had been gnawing at him. Something was hidden behind that door. Something that hummed with borrowed death. And Quirrell, or whatever was riding Quirrell, wanted it. Hagrid mentioned someone called Nicholas Flamel, Harry said. He'd been putting pieces together for weeks, sifting through overheard conversations and ghostly gossip and the peculiar way the teachers changed the subject whenever the 3rd floor came up. And I looked up Flamel in the library. He's an alchemist. He made the Philosopher's Stone. Hermione's eyes went wide. The Philosopher's Stone? The one that produces the elixir of life? The one that makes you immortal, Harry said. Or close to it. Flamel is over 600 years old. Ron whistled. And it's here. In the school. Behind the door on the 3rd floor. Guarded by something big and alive, I can feel it through the walls. And Quirrell wants it. Quirrell. Ron wrinkled his nose. That's stuttering, why would Quirrell? Because there's something on him, Harry said. Something dead. Or nearly dead. I've felt it since the sorting. It clings to him like a parasite. When I use my death sight near him, I can see it, a shadow, wrapped around his body, concentrated at the back of his head. Under the turban. The silence that followed was heavy. You think something's possessing him? Hermione asked. I think something's using him. Wearing him. And whatever it is, it's dying. It's barely alive, barely anything at all. A fragment of a person, hanging on through sheer will. And it wants the stone because the stone can bring it back. A fragment of a person, Hermione repeated slowly. Harry, could it be a fragment of Voldemort? Ron flinched at the name. Harry didn't. Yes, he said. That's exactly what I think it is. 2 weeks after Halloween, Harry went to find the Bloody Baron. He went alone, at midnight, to the astronomy tower, the highest point in the castle, where the Baron had been spotted most nights, staring out at the stars in grim silence. The climb was long and cold, and by the time Harry reached the top, his breath was fogging and his fingers were numb. The Baron was there. He stood at the parapet, translucent against the night sky, his spectral form drenched in silver bloodstains. He didn't turn when Harry approached, but his posture shifted, attention, a gathering, like a wolf sending something on the wind. "You've come," the Baron said. His voice was deep and rough, like gravel dragged over stone. "Nick said I should talk to you. Nicholas says many things. Most of them are nonsense." The Baron turned. His eyes were dark pits in a face that was carved and hard and ancient. But he was right about this. Harry stood at the parapet and looked out. Hogwarts spread below, the lake, the forest, the grounds, all silver and shadow under the half-moon. Moros was down there somewhere, a dark shape in the dark trees. "You knew Aldrich the Grey," Harry said. "I served him. For 12 years, I was his seneschal. The keeper of the Court of Bones, the organizer of the dead. I managed the spirits who came to him, scheduled their audiences, kept the ones who were too damaged or too dangerous at bay." A pause. "I failed. What happened?" The Baron was silent for a long time. The wind blew through him, literally, ruffling his spectral cloak. "Aldrich was the best man I ever knew," he said finally. "Alive or dead. He listened to the dead the way you do, with compassion, with patience. He eased their suffering. He helped them move on. He was gentle with the broken ones and firm with the dangerous ones, and he never, not once, used his power for personal gain. Until his wife died. Until Eleanor died. Yes." The Baron's hands clenched at his sides. "She was everything to him. When the dragon pox took her, something broke in Aldrich that no magic could mend. He became obsessed with bringing her back. He stopped eating, stopped sleeping. He spent days in the Court of Bones, trying to reach deeper and deeper into the other side, pushing past the boundary. The dead begged him to stop. I begged him to stop. He wouldn't listen. And then he went too far. He opened the boundary, not a crack, not a doorway, but a chasm. Everything on the other side came flooding through. Not the gentle dead, not the whispers, the deep dead. The ones who've been gone so long they've forgotten they were ever alive. Things that exist in the space between death and oblivion, things that have no names and no form and hunger." Harry felt the cold in his chest pulse. A warning. He couldn't close it, the Baron said. The chasm consumed him. "The last I saw of Aldrich the Grey, he was standing in the Court of Bones, screaming, with the deep dead pouring through him like water through a sieve. And then, the Baron's voice cracked. A ghost's voice, cracking after 800 years. And then the Founders sealed the court. With Aldrich still inside. He's still down there. I don't know. The sealing was absolute. Nothing has entered or left the Court of Bones in 8 centuries. But I can feel it, the court, the seals, the resonance. It's still there, beneath the castle, and it still calls to those who can hear it." "I've heard it," Harry said. "The path. Under the classroom on the 7th floor." The Baron looked at him sharply. "You found the path." "I haven't followed it. Not yet." "Good. Don't. I wasn't planning to. Not until I'm ready." "You may never be ready." Aldrich was the most powerful death speaker in history, and he wasn't ready. Harry turned from the parapet and faced the Baron fully. The ghost was taller than him, 800 years dead and still imposing, still radiating a cold authority that made the other ghosts scatter. But Harry met his eyes without flinching. "Aldrich didn't have what I have," he said. "And what is that?" "People who'll stop me if I go too far." The Baron studied him. The dark eyes searched Harry's face with an intensity that was almost physical, looking for something: weakness, hubris, the seeds of madness. Harry let him look. He had nothing to hide. "You're young," the Baron said at last. "I know. Younger than Aldrich was when his power fully manifested. Younger than any death speaker I've read about. I know that too. And you're asking me to trust that a boy of 11 can do what a grown man of great power and greater wisdom could not? No, Harry said. I'm asking you to help me. The wind blew. The half-moon sailed behind a cloud and the tower went dark, and in the darkness, the bloody Baron, the most feared ghost in Hogwarts, the grim sentinel who had watched over these halls for 8 centuries with blood on his hands that would never wash clean, bowed his head. What would you have me do? He asked. What you did for Aldrich. Be my seneschal. Manage the dead. Keep the dangerous ones away and bring me the ones who need help. Help me build a system, something sustainable, something that won't consume me. You want me to be your gatekeeper. I want you to be my ally. The Baron raised his head. For the first time in Harry's experience, something that was not grimness or fury crossed the ghost's face. It took Harry a moment to recognize it, because it was so unexpected on those harsh features. Hope. Very well, Death Speaker, the Baron said. I accept. He extended his ghostly hand. Harry reached out and, for just a moment, the death magic surging, felt something almost solid against his palm. Cold as iron. Firm as a vow. My name is Wilhelm, the Baron said. No one has used it in 800 years. You may. Wilhelm, Harry said. Thank you. The Baron, Wilhelm, withdrew his hand. His expression was settling back into its customary grimness, but the hope was still there, a faint glow beneath the surface, like a coal that hadn't quite gone out. Your first order of business, Wilhelm said. The dead of this castle have been without guidance for centuries. Many of them are lost, confused, lingering for reasons they can no longer remember. You can help them. But you cannot help them all at once, and you cannot help them at the expense of yourself. Hermione said the same thing. The bushy-haired girl. She is wise for her age. Don't tell her that. She's insufferable enough already. The ghost almost smiled. Almost. They talked until dawn, and by the time Harry climbed back down from the tower, he had the bones of a plan. Wilhelm would organize the castle's ghosts into a network, the visible ones, who were strong enough to maintain form, and the faded ones, who existed in the walls and floors and had been forgotten. He would triage them, prioritize the ones who needed Harry's help most urgently, and keep the others at bay. He would be the buffer between Harry and the flood. It wasn't a perfect system. But it was a system, which was more than any Death Speaker had ever had before. Harry reached the Gryffindor common room as the first students were coming down for breakfast. Ron was waiting. Well? Ron asked. I've got a ghost butler, Harry said. Ron considered this. Cool. They went to breakfast. Late November. Flying lessons with Madame Hooch. Harry had been dreading this, not the flying, which he suspected he'd be good at given that he routinely flew on a Thestral, but the exposure. Flying in daylight, in front of everyone, with nothing between him and the sky. The lesson started badly. Neville Longbottom, nervous and fumbling, lost control of his broom on the first attempt, rocketed 30 feet into the air, and fell. Harry felt the whisper of it, not death, not quite, but the proximity, the brush of mortality, and moved before he thought. He lunged forward, arms outstretched, and something pulsed from his hands. Not cold. Not the death magic. Something else, something instinctive, a cushion of raw force that caught Neville 6 inches from the ground and lowered him gently to the grass. Neville lay blinking on his back, unharmed. The class stared. Madame Hooch stared. How did you do that? She asked. Reflexes, Harry said, which was true if unhelpful. Madame Hooch took Neville to the hospital wing. In her absence, Draco Malfoy picked up Neville's remembrall, it had fallen from his pocket, and sneered. Did you see his face? Maybe if the fat lump had given this a squeeze, he'd have remembered to fall on his fat. Give it here, Malfoy, Harry said. Draco's sneer widened. He mounted his broom, kicked off, and soared upward, the remembrall glinting in his hand. "Come and get it, Potter. Or are you too busy talking to your imaginary friends?" Harry looked at the broom on the ground. Looked at Draco, hovering 20 feet up with that practiced smirk. And something in Harry, not the death magic, not the whispers, just the ordinary stubborn fury of a boy who'd been bullied his whole life, ignited. He mounted the broom. Kicked off. And flew. It was nothing like riding Moros. A broom was stiff and mechanical where Moros was fluid and alive. But the principle was the same, the tilt of weight, the lean into turns, the instinctive understanding of air and gravity, and Harry took to it the way a fish takes to a new river. Instantly. Completely. He shot toward Draco and saw the smirk falter. Draco threw the remembrall, hard, high, toward the castle, and Harry didn't hesitate. He flattened himself against the broom handle, turned, dove. The world blurred. The ground rushed up. The remembrall was a glint of light at the edge of his vision, and he reached out and his fingers closed around it 1 foot from a collision with the stone wall. He pulled up. Hovered. The class was screaming, cheering, he realized, they were cheering, and Draco Malfoy was hovering in the air with a face like curdled milk. Harry Potter. McGonagall. Striding across the lawn, tartan robes flying, face thunderous. Harry landed and prepared for the worst. "Come with me. Now." She marched him into the castle, up 2 flights of stairs, and stopped outside a classroom. She opened the door. "Professor Flitwick, may I borrow wood for a moment?" A stocky fifth-year boy emerged, looking confused. McGonagall looked at him with an expression of fierce satisfaction. "Wood, I found you a seeker." Oliver Wood's face broke into the widest grin Harry had ever seen. That evening, Harry sat in the common room in a daze. He was the youngest seeker in a century. He had his own broom coming, a Nimbus 2000, donated by McGonagall from the Quidditch budget. Ron was practically vibrating with excitement. Even Hermione, who cared about Quidditch approximately as much as she cared about competitive belching, was pleased. "This is good for you," she said. "Normal. Something that has nothing to do with death." She was right. It was good. It was normal. And Harry wanted it, wanted the simplicity of chasing a small gold ball through the sky, of being part of a team, of winning or losing based on speed and skill rather than the weight of ancient power. But even as he sat in the warmth of the common room, surrounded by cheering Gryffindors and the glow of the fire, the whispers were there. And through the window, far below, a dark shape paced the forest's edge. Waiting. December came with snow and a deepening cold that had nothing to do with the weather. Harry was busy, Quidditch practice 3 evenings a week, homework, classes, and the late-night sessions with the ghosts that Wilhelm organized with military precision. 1 ghost per night, sometimes 2. Harry listened to their stories, eased their burdens, and, twice more, helped the ones who were ready to move on. Each crossing cost him, the nosebleeds, the exhaustion, the hollow feeling afterward, but it was manageable. Sustainable. The system was working. He read Hermione's book on Death Speakers cover to cover and then read it again. He read the books from Flourish and Blots about Aldrich the Grey, which were more legend than history and disagreed with each other on virtually every detail. He studied Eloan's journal and marveled at the sophistication of her potion work and quietly slipped it into Snape's office one morning, tucked inside an anonymous envelope with a note that read, "A Ravenclaw student wrote this in 1347. She was a better potioneer than you." He didn't sign it. But when Snape's eyes found him at dinner that evening, sharp and suspicious and burning with curiosity, Harry knew the message had been received. The first Quidditch match, Gryffindor vs. Slytherin, was in the 2nd week of December, and it was, by any reasonable measure, a disaster. Not because Gryffindor lost. Gryffindor won, 170-60, because Harry caught the snitch in a spectacular dive that made the crowd roar. The disaster was what happened before the catch. Harry's broom tried to kill him. Halfway through the match, 50 feet above the pitch, the Nimbus 2000 bucked. Harry's hands clenched on the handle. The broom bucked again, harder, a violent sideways lurch that nearly threw him off, and then began to shake, a rapid vibration that ran through the wood and into his bones. Someone was jinxing it. Harry could feel the spell, a focused intent, a thread of hostile magic wrapped around his broom like a lasso, pulling and twisting. He looked down and his death sight activated involuntarily, and through the doubled vision he saw two things: Snape, in the stands, muttering under his breath with his eyes locked on Harry's broom. And Quirrell, 2 seats away, also muttering, also staring, and the shadow on the back of his head was writhing. Snape was counter-cursing. Quirrell was cursing. The broom rolled. Harry hung on with one hand, his legs dangling over nothing, the crowd screaming below. The Quidditch pitch tilted crazily. Wind roared in his ears. And then Moros arrived. The Thestral came out of nowhere, out of the sky, out of the clouds, a massive black shape that dove past the stands and swept beneath Harry with wings spread wide. Harry felt the bond flare, felt the familiar cold rush of Moros's presence, and let go of the broom. He fell 10 feet and landed on Moros's back. The crowd saw a boy fall from a jinxed broom, plummet toward the ground, and stop in midair. They didn't see the Thestral. They saw Harry Potter hovering in the sky with nothing beneath him, his robes whipping in the wind, his eyes blazing green. From the stands, Hermione, who had been preparing to set Snape's robes on fire, having drawn the wrong conclusion about who was cursing the broom, lowered her wand and stared. Harry looked down. The snitch was glinting 3 feet below him, hovering near Moros's left wing. He reached down and caught it. The crowd went absolutely mental. Afterward, in the Gryffindor changing room, Oliver Wood was weeping with joy and the Weasley twins were doing a war dance and Harry was sitting on a bench, still in his Quidditch robes, shaking. Ron pushed through the celebration and crouched in front of him. "You all right?" "Quirrell jinxed my broom." Snape was trying to stop him. Ron blinked. Snape was, wait. You're saying Snape was helping? He was counter-cursing. I could see it. But Hermione said, she was going to set his robes on, I know. She was wrong. Tell her before she actually does it. Ron stood up, looked across the room at Hermione, who was hovering in the doorway looking torn between pride and anxiety, and went to intercept her. Harry sat on the bench and breathed and let the shaking subside. The whispers were quiet. The cold was settled. Moros was back in the forest, smug and satisfied, radiating the self-congratulatory warmth of a creature who had done exactly what he existed to do. Harry smiled. Touched the snitch in his pocket. Stood up. They had a party to get to. The common room celebration lasted until 2 in the morning. Fred and George had smuggled in butterbeer and chocolate frogs and a suspicious number of filibuster fireworks. Harry sat in the middle of it and drank butterbeer and laughed at Ron's jokes and let Hermione lecture him about the theoretical framework of broom jinxes and felt, for a few hours, like nothing more complicated than an 11-year-old boy who'd won his first Quidditch match. When the common room finally emptied, Harry stayed behind. He sat by the dying fire and stared into the embers. Nick appeared. Drifted through the wall, settled beside him. The troll. The broom. The thing on Quirrell. Harry ticked them off on his fingers. It's escalating. Yes, Nick said quietly. It is. Whatever's under that turban, it wants the stone. And it's getting desperate. What will you do? Harry watched the embers glow and fade and glow again. The whispers murmured. In the forest, Moros slept with one eye open. In the dungeon, Snape sat marking papers by lamplight with a journal written by a dead Ravenclaw girl open beside him. In the astronomy tower, Wilhelm stood watch over a castle full of sleeping children. I'll be ready, Harry said. The fire died. The common room went dark. And in the darkness, the dead of Hogwarts whispered his name, not with hunger, not with need, but with something that sounded like faith. Chapter 4, The Court of Bones. Christmas was a week away, and Hogwarts was emptying. Students streamed toward the carriages in clusters, dragging trunks, shouting goodbyes, wrapped in scarves and cloaks against a bitter Scottish December. The castle felt like a house after a party, echoey, slightly bereft, full of the ghost traces of noise and warmth. Ron had offered to have Harry come to the Burrow, and the invitation had been so genuine and so casually given that Harry had needed to turn away for a moment before answering. "I'd love to," he'd said. "But not this year. There's something I need to do here." Ron had looked at him with that expression Harry was getting used to, the one that was equal parts loyalty and worry. "The path? The one under the classroom?" "Yeah. Hermione's going to kill you. Hermione's going home for Christmas. She doesn't need to know until January. She'll find out. She always finds out. She's got a sixth sense for when we're being stupid. Then we'd better not be stupid." Ron had left that morning, hanging out the carriage window and shouting that if Harry got himself killed exploring haunted basements, Ron would personally come back as a ghost just to say "I told you so." Harry had waved until the carriage disappeared around the bend, then turned and walked back into the castle. It was quiet now. Wonderfully, strangely quiet. A handful of students had stayed, the Weasley twins, who claimed they had business to attend to. Harry didn't ask, a few older Ravenclaws, and, to Harry's mild displeasure, Draco Malfoy, who had announced to anyone who would listen that his father was on important ministry business and the manor was simply too dull without him. Harry didn't buy it. Draco had been watching him more closely since the Quidditch match, since the moment Harry had fallen from his broom and not fallen, hovering in midair on the back of something no one could see. The blond boy's gray eyes tracked Harry through corridors with a focus that went beyond schoolyard rivalry. Lucius Malfoy was feeding his son questions, and Draco was trying to find answers. Let him try. Harry had bigger concerns. The afternoon of the 21st, the winter solstice, the shortest day and longest night of the year, Harry climbed to the 7th floor, found the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy, and slipped into the empty classroom behind it. Wilhelm was waiting. The bloody Baron hovered in the center of the room, his spectral form sharper than Harry had ever seen it, the silver bloodstains vivid, the medieval clothing distinct, every detail crisp. He looked like a painting come to life. Or a painting come to death, depending on your perspective. "You're sure about this?" Wilhelm said. "Not a question, exactly. More like a final checkpoint." "I'm sure. The path hasn't been walked in 800 years. I don't know what's down there anymore." The seals the founders placed were designed to contain what Aldrich became, but seals erode. Magic decays. 8 centuries is a long time. That's why you're coming with me. Wilhelm inclined his head. Behind him, barely visible, were 3 other ghosts, Nick, Eloan, and a burly spirit in a blacksmith's apron named Geraint, who had died in the castle's kitchens in 1402 and was, according to Wilhelm, the strongest non-Baron ghost in Hogwarts. Their job was simple: stay at the entrance, watch the path, and raise the alarm if anything went wrong. "If I'm not back by dawn," Harry told Nick, "find Dumbledore." Nick's nearly severed head bobbled. "And tell him what, exactly?" "The truth. All of it." Harry paused. "He probably already knows most of it. But tell him anyway." He turned to the center of the room. Closed his eyes. Opened his death sight. The world doubled. The classroom peeled back, revealing its layers, centuries of lessons, arguments, trysts, tears, all impressed into the stone like handprints in wet concrete. And beneath those layers, far below, the path. It was clearer now than the first time he'd seen it. A vein of death magic running through the castle's foundations, ancient and powerful, pulsing with a slow rhythm that was almost like breathing. It started directly beneath Harry's feet and spiraled downward, deeper and deeper, through bedrock and forgotten chambers, towards something that glowed in the darkness like a coal in a dead fire. Harry knelt. pressed his palms flat against the stone floor. The cold in his chest surged. The floor opened. Not physically, the flagstones didn't move. But in the death sight, a seam appeared in the stone, a hairline crack that widened into a gap, then a mouth, then a staircase spiraling down into darkness. It existed in the space between the living world and the dead one, visible only to Harry, tangible only to him, a passage that occupied the threshold itself. "Stay close," Harry murmured to Wilhelm, and stepped through. The staircase was real beneath his feet. Cold stone, worn smooth by footsteps that had last fallen 8 centuries ago. The darkness was absolute, not the absence of light but the presence of something else, a thick, velvety blackness that pressed against Harry's skin like water. He raised his hand and summoned the pale glow, the moonlight magic that came from the same place as the cold, and it bloomed in his palm, casting silver shadows on walls carved from bone-white stone. Wilhelm drifted beside him, his ghostly form providing its own faint luminescence. They descended in silence. 10 steps. 20. 50. The air grew colder with each step, not unpleasant, not for Harry, but a deep, fundamental cold that was the temperature of the earth itself, the cold of places that had never known sunlight. "This is familiar," Wilhelm said quietly. His voice echoed strangely, as if the staircase was swallowing it. "I walked this path 1,000 times in Aldrich's service. Every stone, every turn, I remember. What should I expect? The antechamber first. Where the dead would gather before being admitted to the court. Then the threshold, a doorway carved from thestral bone that only a death speaker can open. And beyond that." Wilhelm trailed off. His spectral face was unreadable. The court of bones. They reached the bottom. The antechamber was vast. Harry's silver light couldn't reach its edges, it faded into darkness long before the walls, giving the impression of a space without boundaries, a room carved from the inside of a mountain. The floor was polished stone, white as milk, and set into it at regular intervals were symbols Harry didn't recognize, spirals and crosses and angular shapes that made his death sight flicker and pulse. "Aldrich's work," Wilhelm said, following Harry's gaze. He inscribed the entire court with runic protections. They were meant to regulate the flow of death magic, to keep it controlled. A pause. They failed, in the end. But they held for decades. Harry walked across the antechamber. His footsteps were silent on the white stone, the room absorbed sound the way the darkness absorbed light. At the far end, dimly visible in the silver glow, was a doorway. It was made of bone. Pale, smooth, slightly luminous, thestral bone, Harry knew without being told. The doorframe was carved into the shape of 2 thestrals rearing on their hind legs, their wings spread to form an arch, their skulls meeting at the apex with open mouths and hollow eyes. It was beautiful and terrible, and it hummed with a power that made the air vibrate. And it was sealed. Harry could see the seal, a web of magic layered over the doorway, dense and intricate, woven from 4 distinct signatures. For founders, for magical styles, for wills united in a single purpose, keep this closed. The seal was old. Fraying at the edges, worn thin in places, but still intact. Still holding. "The founders sealed this when Aldrich fell," Harry said. Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. It was the last thing they did together before Slytherin left the school. Wilhelm's voice was heavy. They disagreed about everything else, but on this, they were unanimous. The Court of Bones had to be sealed. What Aldrich had unleashed could not be allowed to escape. Harry stood before the bone doorway and looked at the seal. Through his death sight, the 4 signatures were distinct. Gryffindor's was red and bold, a blunt force, Hufflepuff's was golden and patient, a steady pressure, Ravenclaw's was silver and precise, a mathematical lock, Slytherin's was green and serpentine, coiled and layered and clever. Together they formed a barrier that was, by any measure, the most sophisticated piece of magic Harry had ever encountered. It was designed to keep out anything dead. Anything dying. Anything that carried the touch of death. Which meant it was designed, specifically, to keep out someone exactly like Harry. "Can you open it?" Wilhelm asked. Harry studied the seal. He could feel its logic, the way the 4 signatures interlocked, each one supporting the others, creating a whole that was far stronger than the sum of its parts. Breaking it by force was out of the question. He was an 11-year-old boy. The seal had been placed by the 4 most powerful witches and wizards of their age. But Harry reached out with his death sight and looked closer. The seal was designed to repel death magic. To push back against the power of a death speaker. And it was strong, incredibly strong, even after 8 centuries of erosion. But it had a flaw. A tiny, fundamental flaw that the founders had perhaps not anticipated, because they had built the seal in the aftermath of catastrophe, in fear and haste and grief. The seal pushed back against death. It did not push back against life. And Harry was alive. That was the thing, the crucial thing, the thing that made him different from Aldrich in his final hours. Harry was a living boy with death in his bones, not a dying man with death in his mind. He was both. He was the threshold. And the seal, for all its power, could only push in one direction. Harry reached out with his living hand, not the death magic, not the cold, just his hand, warm and human and 11 years old, and pressed it against the bone doorway. The seal shuddered. He could feel it testing him, the 4 signatures probing, questioning, trying to categorize what he was. Dead? No. Alive? Yes. Dangerous? The signatures disagreed. Gryffindors flared hot and then subsided, as if recognizing something brave. Hufflepuffs pulsed warmly, acknowledging loyalty. Ravenclaws flickered, processing, calculating. Slytherins coiled tight and then, slowly, reluctantly, relaxed. The seal opened. Not broke, opened. Like a lock turned by the right key. The web of magic peeled back from the doorway, layer by layer, the 4 signatures separating and retreating to the edges of the frame, still present, still watchful, but no longer blocking the path. Wilhelm made a sound. Harry had never heard a ghost gasp before. It sounded like whine through a broken window. How? Wilhelm breathed. They sealed it against death, Harry said. I asked it as the living. He stepped through the doorway and into the court of bones. The court was circular. 100 feet across, with a domed ceiling that rose into darkness and a floor of the same bone-white stone as the antechamber, but here the surface was not smooth, it was carved. Every inch of it, wall and floor and what he could see of the ceiling, was covered in intricate carvings. Scenes. Stories. The history of the dead and their relationship with the living, rendered in pale stone with a skill and artistry that took Harry's breath away. He saw a woman standing at a grave, her hand outstretched, and a ghostly figure rising to meet her. He saw a battlefield, and above it, a sky full of spirits ascending. He saw a Thestral, wings spread, carrying a robed figure through a landscape of stars. He saw death, not as an enemy or a monster, but as a companion, a hand reaching out in the darkness, a doorway standing open, a voice saying come home. Torches lined the walls, set in brackets of Thestral bone. They ignited as Harry entered, one by one, circling the room, flames that were not orange or yellow but silver-white, the same color as the light Harry could summon from his palm. Cold fire. Death light. It illuminated the court with a sterile, beautiful radiance that cast no shadows. And at the far end of the room, on a raised dais of white stone, was the throne. It was made of wood, pale, almost white, with a grain so fine it looked like silk. Thestral hair had been woven through it, thin strands of black threading through the pale wood-like veins, and the overall effect was of something organic and alive, a piece of furniture that had grown rather than been built. The seat was wide, the back was high, and the armrests were carved into the shape of Thestral heads, their hollow eyes staring forward. Harry walked toward it. His footsteps echoed in the vast space. Wilhelm drifted behind him, silent, his ghostly face a mask of memory and pain. The throne was waiting. Harry could feel it, a pull, gentle but insistent, like the tug of a current in deep water. The throne wanted him. The court wanted him. 800 years of emptiness, of silence, of sealing and forgetting, and now a Death Speaker had come again, and the ancient magic embedded in these walls was waking up, reaching for him, recognizing him. Harry stopped at the base of the dais. He didn't sit. "Tell me about Aldrich's last day," he said to Wilhelm. "The real version. Not the history book version." Wilhelm was quiet for a long time. The silver torches flickered. The carvings on the walls seemed to shift in the cold light, the figures in the scenes moving with glacial slowness, living their stories over and over in pale stone. "He sat where you're standing," Wilhelm said at last. It was midnight. The winter solstice, the same night as tonight. The barrier between the worlds is thinnest on the solstice. Aldrich knew that. He'd chosen the date deliberately. For the crossing. For Eleanor. He was going to pull her back. He'd spent 6 months preparing, rituals, runes, calculations. He was brilliant, Harry. The most brilliant man I ever served. And the most broken. Wilhelm drifted to the edge of the dais. He sat on the throne and he opened himself. Fully. No barriers, no filters, no limits. He reached through the boundary with everything he had, and he found her. Eleanor. She was there, on the other side, and he grabbed hold of her spirit and he pulled. And it didn't work. It worked too well. He pulled Eleanor through. But he pulled everything else through too. The boundary didn't crack, it shattered. And through the gap came the deep dead. Harry's blood went cold. Not the familiar, welcome cold of his power. A different cold. The cold of fear. "What are the deep dead?" he asked. "The ones who've been gone so long they've lost their form. Their names. Their memories. They're not spirits, not ghosts, they're the raw material of death itself. Entropy given will. Oblivion with hunger." Wilhelm's voice was barely audible. They poured through Aldrich like a flood, and they consumed Eleanor, the real Eleanor, the spirit he'd pulled back, consumed her like fire consumes paper. And then they turned on Aldrich. But they didn't kill him. They couldn't. He was the Death Speaker. The threshold. They couldn't destroy him any more than a river can destroy its own banks. So instead they inhabited him. Filled him up. Aldrich the Grey became something that was no longer a man and not yet death and existed in a screaming void between the two, and the founders sealed him here because there was nothing else they could do. Harry looked at the throne. At the white wood and black thestral hair. At the carved armrests with their hollow eyes. "Is he still here?" Harry asked. "Aldrich. Is he still in this room?" Wilhelm shook his head slowly. "I don't know. The seal cut me off. I haven't been in this room since the night the founders closed it. But..." He hesitated. "I can feel something. Can't you?" Harry could. Now that Wilhelm had said it, now that he was paying attention, he could feel it, a presence, deep beneath the floor of the court, buried in the bedrock. Not alive. Not dead. Not a ghost, not an echo. Something else entirely. Something that was aware of him and was choosing, for now, to be still. "He's below us," Harry said. "Deep below. Sleeping, maybe. Or waiting. For what? I don't know." Harry turned away from the throne. He couldn't sit in it. Not yet. Not tonight. The pull was strong, the court wanted its master, the magic wanted to complete the circuit, to bridge the gap between the empty throne and the living Death Speaker, but Harry was not Aldrich, and he would not be ruled by want. Instead, he explored. The court was larger than the central chamber. Corridors branched off from the main room, 3 of them, spaced evenly around the circumference, leading to smaller chambers. Harry followed the first and found a library. Shelves carved from the same white stone, filled with books and scrolls that had survived 8 centuries in perfect condition, preserved by the dry, cold, magic-saturated air. He pulled a book at random and opened it. The text was in Latin, but as his eyes moved across the page, the death magic in the room translated it, the words reshaping themselves in his mind the way the whispers reshaped themselves into meaning. On the nature of the threshold, the title read. Being a complete account of the powers and responsibilities of the Death Speaker, as recorded by Aldrich of Hogwarts in the 12th year of his service. Harry's hands trembled. He set the book back on the shelf and looked at the others. Dozens of them. Hundreds. Aldrich had spent decades recording everything he knew, the theory, the practice, the dangers, the limits. Everything Harry needed was here. A Death Speaker's manual, written by the only person who'd ever fully understood the power. The second corridor led to a workshop. Stone tables, empty basins, racks that had once held potion ingredients. The remains of Aldrich's practical work, the experiments, the potions, the tools of a man who had tried to build a bridge between life and death using every discipline available to him. The third corridor was blocked. Sealed, like the main entrance, but this seal was different, rougher, more desperate, layered with a raw power that was not the Founder's careful work but something wilder. Aldrich's own magic. He had sealed this corridor himself, from the inside, and the seal screamed "Do not open." Harry didn't touch it. Whatever Aldrich had locked behind that seal, it could stay locked. He returned to the main chamber and stood in its center, in the ring of cold silver light, and let the truth of the place settle into him. The Court of Bones. Built by a man who had loved the dead and been destroyed by that love. Sealed by 4 founders who had feared what love could become. And now opened by a boy who was trying to learn the lesson they'd all missed. "I'm going to come back," Harry told Wilhelm. "Not every night. But regularly. I'm going to read Aldrich's books. I'm going to learn what he knew, and I'm going to learn where he went wrong." "Alone?" "No. I'll bring Hermione. She'll want to read the books more than I do, and she's better at theory." Harry paused. "And Ron. He won't understand half of it, but he'll keep me grounded. That's what he does." Wilhelm hovered beside the empty throne. The silver torches cast strange shadows across his blood-stained form. "You're not going to sit in it," he said. "Not tonight. Will you, eventually?" Harry looked at the throne. The pull was there, patient, persistent, like gravity. The court wanted its lord. The dead wanted their speaker. The throne wanted to be filled. "When I'm ready," Harry said. "Not before." Aldrich said the same thing, once. "I'm not Aldrich." "No," Wilhelm agreed. "You're not." Aldrich would never have walked away from the throne on the first night. He sat in it the moment he found it, and the power consumed his caution in a single breath. "You are." He searched for the word. "Careful." In a way he never was. "I learned careful the hard way. Growing up the way I did, you either learn to be careful or you don't grow up." Wilhelm studied him. Then, slowly, the ghost sank to one knee. It was not the reverence that Nick showed, or the desperate worship of the lesser ghosts. It was the measured respect of a soldier acknowledging a commander. "I will hold you to that caution," Wilhelm said. "If you waver, I will remind you. If you falter, I will catch you. And if you begin to fall the way Aldrich fell, I will stop you. Even if I have to tear this court apart to do it. I wouldn't expect anything less. Then we have an accord, my lord." Harry almost corrected him, "Don't call me that," but something about the moment, about the weight of it, about the cold silver light and the carved stories on the walls and the ancient throne standing empty, made him hold his tongue. Wilhelm had served one Lord of the Dead and watched him burn. Offering that service again, to a boy of 11, was an act of courage that Harry wouldn't diminish by fussing about titles. "We have an accord," Harry said. They left the court. Harry sealed the entrance behind him, not with the Founder's magic, but with his own, a simple instruction pressed into the threshold, "Open only for me." The death sight faded as he climbed the stairs, and by the time he emerged into the 7th-floor classroom, the doubled world had collapsed and he was just a boy standing in a dark room at 2 in the morning. Nick, Eloan, and Geraint were waiting. They bombarded him with questions. Harry answered briefly, "It's real, it's intact, I didn't sit in the throne, we'll talk tomorrow," and left them to their buzzing and started back toward Gryffindor Tower. He made it to the 5th-floor corridor before the footsteps caught up with him. "Out of bed rather late, Potter." Harry stopped. Snape materialized from the shadows the way he always did, like a particularly dramatic bat. His black robes blended with the darkness, making him a face floating in a void, sallow skin, hooked nose, eyes like chips of obsidian. "Professor," Harry said. "Happy Christmas. Don't patronize me. Where have you been?" "Walking." "Walking." Snape's lip curled. "At 2 in the morning. On the winter solstice. The night when, as any second year could tell you, the barrier between the magical and mundane is at its thinnest." Harry said nothing. "You reek of old magic, Potter. It's coming off you in waves. My wards triggered the moment you entered this corridor, wards I set specifically to detect death-related magical signatures, because I am not a fool and I have been paying attention. You set wards for me. I set wards for whatever you are." Snape stepped closer. In the torchlight of the corridor, his face was all sharp angles and deeper shadows. "I told you weeks ago that the Ministry has laws against what you do. I told you to be careful. And here you are, wandering the castle in the middle of the night, saturated in magic that hasn't been practiced in 8 centuries, looking for all the world like a boy who has just found something he shouldn't have." Harry met his eyes. Snape's gaze was fierce, probing, but underneath the hostility was the same thing Harry had seen in their first private conversation: conflict. Snape was angry, yes. But he was also fascinated. And, buried so deep that Snape himself might not have recognized it, he was worried. "I found the Court of Bones," Harry said. Snape went absolutely still. The torchlight flickered. "Say that again." "The Court of Bones. Aldrich the Grey's chamber, beneath the castle. The one the Founders sealed." Harry watched Snape's face and saw the knowledge register. The man knew. He'd read about it. He understood. "I opened the seal and I went inside." "You opened a seal placed by the 4 founders of Hogwarts." Snape's voice was barely above a whisper. "A seal designed to contain one of the most catastrophic magical events in the history of this institution. The seal wasn't broken. I opened it. There's a difference. It recognized that I'm alive and let me through." "And what did you find?" Harry considered how much to tell him. Snape was not his friend. Snape was not his ally, not in the way Ron and Hermione and Wilhelm were. But Snape was something else, a man who had loved Harry's mother and lost her and carried that loss like the Baron carried his bloodstains. A man who had given Harry the one piece of information he treasured most, that Lily Potter had been fascinated by the same magic that ran through her son's veins. "A library," Harry said. "Aldrich's personal library. Everything he knew about death speaking, the theory, the practice, all of it. And a workshop, and chambers I haven't explored yet." "And Aldrich himself?" "Below. Sealed deeper." "I didn't touch that." Snape stared at him. The corridor was silent except for the distant creak of the castle settling. Outside, snow was falling, fat white flakes drifting past the windows. It was, Harry realized, officially Christmas morning. "You are either the most reckless child I have ever encountered," Snape said slowly, "or the most remarkable. I have not yet decided which. My mother was remarkable. The words landed like a stone in water. Snape's face spasmed, a crack in the mask, quick and agonizing and gone. He turned away, presenting Harry with the sharp line of his profile, the hooked nose in silhouette against the torchlight. Yes, Snape said, after a long moment. She was. Silence. The journal, Snape said, still not looking at him. The one you left on my desk. The Ravenclaw girl's work. Eloan Ashworth. Her potion theory is extraordinary. Crude in places, limited by the knowledge available in the 14th century, but the fundamental insight, treating magical infection as a disruption of the life-death boundary, is decades ahead of current research. Perhaps centuries. She'd be glad to hear that. I'll tell her. Snape turned back. Something in his expression had shifted, not softened, exactly, but recalibrated. The hostility was still there, the default sneer. But it was thinner now. A habit rather than a conviction. 50 points from Gryffindor for being out of bed after hours, Snape said. It's Christmas. There's no one in Gryffindor to lose points for. Then consider it a head start on January. He paused. And Potter. The Court of Bones is not a playground. Whatever you find in Aldrich's library, you bring the dangerous material to me before you attempt to practice it. That is not a request. Harry should have argued. Should have told Snape that the court was his, that his power was his own, that he didn't need a minder. But Hermione's voice was in his head, you need theory, practice, structure, and Ron's, if you start going weird, we intervene, and the truth was that having a potions master review Aldrich's work before Harry tried anything was not the worst idea in the world. Deal, Harry said. Snape nodded. Turned on his heel. Paused. Happy Christmas, Potter, he said, without turning around. Then he was gone, swallowed by the shadows, and Harry was alone in the corridor with snow falling outside and the faint warmth of the Court of Bones still clinging to his clothes. He went to bed. He slept without dreams. Christmas morning was quiet and white. Harry woke to a small pile of presents at the foot of his bed, the first presents he'd ever received that weren't Dudley's broken cast-offs. A hand-knitted sweater from Mrs. Weasley, emerald green with a golden H. A box of chocolate frogs from Ron. A book on advanced magical theory from Hermione, inscribed on the flyleaf with for Harry, because knowledge is the opposite of fear. H.G. And from Hagrid, a hand-carved wooden flute that played a simple, sweet melody when Harry blew into it. He put on the sweater. It was warm and slightly too large and smelled like cinnamon and wool, and when Harry pressed his face into it, the whispers quieted to nothing, as if even the dead respected the power of a mother's knitting. There was one more package. Small, flat, wrapped in shimmering silver paper with no card. Harry opened it and found fabric, silvery, fluid, rippling like water. He held it up and his hand vanished. An invisibility cloak. A note fluttered from the folds. Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. No signature. But Harry didn't need one. The handwriting was elegant and old-fashioned, and the note smelled faintly of lemon drops. Dumbledore. Harry held the cloak and felt its magic, not death magic, but something older and stranger, a power that existed outside the usual categories. It didn't make him invisible, exactly. It made him absent. As if the cloak removed him from the world's attention entirely, slipping him into the gaps between things. Through his death sight, the cloak shimmered with a resonance that was hauntingly familiar. It felt like the boundary. Like the threshold between life and death. Like the Court of Bones. Like Morrow's. Harry folded the cloak carefully and put it under his pillow. Then he went down to Christmas dinner, where the great hall had been decorated with 12 towering Christmas trees and enchanted snow that fell from the ceiling and vanished before it touched the tables, and Dumbledore wore a paper crown and pulled wizard crackers with Professor Flitwick, and Harry ate until he was full, truly full, bursting, and laughed at the Weasley twins' jokes and let the living world be enough. After dinner, he put on the invisibility cloak and walked the castle. It was extraordinary. The cloak didn't just hide him from the living, it dimmed his presence to the dead as well. The ghosts he passed didn't react. The whispers faded to a murmur. For the first time since he was 5 years old, Harry was truly invisible, to everyone, alive and dead. He wandered through empty corridors, past sleeping portraits, up staircases and down. The castle was his, in these quiet hours, and he drifted through it like a ghost himself, touching the walls, feeling the centuries of magic layered in the stone. He found himself, almost without meaning to, in front of a door he hadn't seen before. A disused classroom, by the look of it, but when he pushed it open, there was nothing inside except a mirror. It was enormous, floor to ceiling, gold-framed, with an inscription carved across the top that Harry read backward by instinct, "I show not your face but your heart's desire." The mirror of Erist. Harry stepped in front of it and looked. He saw himself, but not alone. Standing behind him, hands on his shoulders, was a woman with dark red hair and bright green eyes, his eyes. Lily Potter. And beside her, a tall man with messy black hair and glasses and a grin that was reckless and warm. James Potter. Harry's breath caught. They were smiling. Not the frozen smiles of photographs but real smiles, living smiles, full of love and pride and the particular tenderness of parents looking at their child. Lily's hand rested on Harry's mirror shoulder, and Harry could almost, feel it. A warmth. A pressure. And then the mirror showed him more. Behind his parents, stretching back into the glass, were others. Grandparents, great-grandparents, ancestors. The Potter line, reaching back through generations, and they were all looking at him. And among them, woven through the family like threads of black in a tapestry, were other figures, darker, more translucent, not Potters but something else. The dead. The ones who had known death speakers, who had been eased across the boundary, who had been heard and remembered and helped. They filled the mirror like a congregation, hundreds of them, and they were smiling too. Harry's vision blurred. He blinked, hard, and tears ran down his cheeks, and in the depths of the mirror, Lily Potter raised her hand and pressed it flat against the glass from the other side, and Harry raised his hand and pressed it against hers, and the glass was cold and solid and the distance between them was infinite. "I miss you," Harry whispered. "I don't remember you, and I miss you." The mirror showed him his mother's mouth forming words he couldn't hear. But the whispers could. The whispers caught them and carried them to him, faint and far and achingly familiar. "I am so proud of you." Harry stood in front of the mirror for a long time. Then he pulled the cloak back over his shoulders, turned away, and left. He did not go back. The day after Christmas, a letter arrived by owl. Not Hedwig, a large, imperious eagle owl that dropped a cream-colored envelope on the breakfast table and left without waiting for a treat. The envelope was addressed to Harry in a hand he didn't recognize, and the seal on the back was a serpent coiled around the letter M, Malfoy. Harry opened it. "Potter, my son informs me that you have certain unusual abilities. I would be most interested in discussing them with you at your convenience. The Malfoy family has a long history of supporting gifted young wizards, and I believe we could be of mutual benefit. Yours, Lucius Malfoy." Harry read it twice, then folded it and put it in his pocket. He looked across the great hall to where Draco was sitting alone at the Slytherin table, watching him with an expression that was half triumphant and half terrified, as if he'd launched an arrow and was now watching to see where it landed. Harry caught his eye. Held it. Then, deliberately and slowly, he pulled the letter from his pocket and tore it in half. Then in quarters. Then he set the pieces on the table and pressed his palm against them, and the cold pulsed, and the parchment turned grey and crumbled to ash. Draco went white. Harry went back to his porridge. The confrontation came 3 days later. Harry was leaving the library when Draco stepped out from behind a suit of armor with Crabbe and Goyle in their usual positions, flanking him like particularly dim bookends. You made a mistake, Potter, Draco said. His voice was tight, controlled, but Harry could hear the strain underneath. The boy was wound up like a watch spring. My father doesn't offer twice. Good. Once was more than enough. You don't understand what you're turning down. My father has connections, the ministry, the Wisingamot, the Board of Governors. He could protect you. He could make sure the ministry never finds out what you are. Is that a threat? It's a fact. Draco's gray eyes were bright with something that was not quite malice. It was too desperate for malice. The decree against necromantic communion, Potter. I looked it up. You know what the punishment is? Azkaban. Life imprisonment. They'll throw you in a cell and let the Dementors eat your soul, and no one will care because the wizarding world is terrified of what you can do. Harry studied him. Past the sneer, past the posturing, past the Malfoy mask, there was a boy. A boy who had been raised on power and purity and the absolute certainty that some things were better left dead, and who was now standing in front of a peer who could talk to those dead things and make them listen. Draco Malfoy was terrified. Not of Harry. Of what Harry represented. A power that couldn't be bought, inherited, or controlled. Let me ask you something, Malfoy, Harry said. Did your father send you to threaten me? Or are you doing this yourself? Draco's jaw tightened. That was answer enough. Lucius had given orders, but Draco was improvising, driven by his own fear and his own need to understand. My father, your father is a man who collects power the way some people collect stamps. He wants to understand what I am so he can figure out how to use it or how to destroy it. There's no third option in his world. Harry paused. But there could be in yours. Draco blinked. What? You're not your father, Malfoy. Not yet. You're a kid who's scared, and that's fine, what I can do is scary. But running to Daddy and hoping he'll make it go away isn't going to work. This power isn't going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not scared, Draco snapped, but his voice cracked on the last word. Sure you're not. Harry shifted his bag on his shoulder. Here's what I'll tell you, and you can pass it along or not. I'm not a necromancer. I don't raise the dead, I don't control them, and I don't use them as weapons. I listen to them. I help them. That's it. If your father has a problem with someone who helps ghosts, that says more about him than it does about me. He walked past Draco. Crabbe and Goyle shifted, as if to block him, and Harry gave them a look. Just a look. The corridor temperature dropped half a degree, and both boys stepped aside like doors swinging open. Potter. Harry stopped. Looked back. Draco's face was doing something complicated, anger and confusion and the first hairline crack in a lifetime of certainty. You're going to regret this. Maybe, Harry said. But not today. He left. Behind him, Draco stood in the corridor with his fists clenched and his certainties crumbling, and said nothing to Crabbe or Goyle, and for the first time in his life, did not immediately write to his father. The last day of the holidays. Harry sat in the Court of Bones, cross-legged on the white stone floor in front of the empty throne, with Aldrich's journal open in his lap and the silver torches burning around him. He'd been reading for hours. The journal was dense, Aldrich's writing was precise and academic and occasionally veered into poetry, but the core insights were clear. A Death Speaker's power came from the bond with death itself, channeled through the Thestral connection. The bond could be strengthened or weakened by the speaker's emotional state. Grief amplified it. Love amplified it. Fear dampened it. And the key to controlling it, the thing Aldrich had eventually lost, was balance. Not balance between life and death, but balance between giving and keeping. Between serving the dead and living for himself. The dead will ask everything of you, Aldrich had written, in a passage that made Harry's chest ache. They will ask for your time, your energy, your compassion, your very life force. And because you can hear them, because their need is so vast and so ancient and so real, you will want to give it. This is the danger. Not the power itself, but the giving. A death speaker who gives everything has nothing left to anchor him to the living world, and without that anchor, the boundary swallows him whole. Find your anchor. Guard it. When the dead call and the pull grows strong, hold to the living thing that keeps you here. For me, it was Eleanor. For you, reader, it will be something else. Find it. Name it. Do not let it go. Harry closed the journal. Looked at the empty throne. He thought about Ron, who called him mate and watched his back and talked about Quidditch when the silence got too heavy. He thought about Hermione, who researched his condition with the same intensity she brought to homework and who had said you matter in a library on a Tuesday evening. He thought about Moros, who had been his first friend, his only friend, for 6 years of darkness and hunger and cupboard walls. He thought about his mother's hand on the mirror glass. I know my anchor, he said to the empty room. I know what keeps me here. The silver torches burned. The carvings on the walls shifted in the light. And deep below the court, deep in the sealed places where something ancient slept, a pulse answered, faint, slow, acknowledging. Harry stood up. Placed the journal carefully on the shelf where he'd found it. Turned to Wilhelm, who hovered by the doorway, silent and watchful. When the others come back from holiday, Harry said, I want to bring them here. Ron and Hermione. Can you arrange that? The bushy one will have opinions about the library. The bushy one will have opinions about everything. That's why I need her. Wilhelm's mouth twitched. It was the closest thing to a smile Harry had seen from him, and it transformed his grim face into something almost human. I'll prepare the antechamber, Wilhelm said. Your friends are welcome in the Court of Bones. Harry climbed the stairs. Sealed the entrance. Emerged into the 7th-floor classroom, where winter sunlight was streaming through the windows and dust motes danced in the pale gold light. Tomorrow the students would return. The castle would fill with noise and warmth and the chaotic, beautiful mess of living people. Ron would want to talk about Christmas presents. Hermione would want to talk about the books she'd read. The ghosts would resume their quiet pilgrimage to Harry's side. Snape would glower. Dumbledore would twinkle. Draco would watch and scheme and struggle with the cracks in his worldview. And beneath it all, in the bone-white court with its silver torches and its empty throne, the legacy of Aldrich the Grey would wait for the boy who was learning, slowly and carefully and with the help of the living, to carry the weight of the dead without being buried by it. Harry walked to the window and pressed his palm against the cold glass. Outside, Moros circled above the forbidden forest, a black shape against the white sky, waiting. Always waiting. Always there. Harry smiled and went to find some breakfast. Chapter 5, The Living and the Dead. It was June, and Harry couldn't sleep. Not because of the heat, though the dormitory was stuffy, the windows thrown wide to catch a breeze that never came. Not because of exams, which had ended 3 days ago and which Hermione had somehow made more stressful than the troll by insisting on post-mortem analyses of every question. Not even because of the whispers, which had settled into a manageable hum over the months, a background music he'd learned to live with the way you learn to live with a heartbeat. Harry couldn't sleep because the thing on Quirrell was getting louder. He'd been tracking it all year, that parasitic shadow clinging to the back of the defense professor's skull, the fragment of a life that wasn't a life, the piece of Voldemort that had somehow survived the night it murdered Harry's parents. Through the autumn and winter it had been a low-grade presence, like a bruise you could feel but couldn't see. Since spring, it had been screaming. Not audibly. Not in any way the living could detect. But to Harry's death sight, Quirrell moved through the castle trailing a wake of wrongness, a distortion in the boundary between life and death, a smear of corrupted magic that made the ghosts flinch and the whispers go harsh and discordant whenever he passed. The shadow was feeding on Quirrell. Consuming him from the inside. And it was getting stronger, which meant Quirrell was getting weaker, which meant whatever they were planning was reaching its deadline. The Philosopher's Stone. The thing behind the trapdoor. The thing that could give Voldemort's fragment a body again. Harry lay in bed, staring at the canopy, listening to Neville's snoring and the distant hoot of an owl, and thought about what he knew. He knew the stone was guarded, not just by the three-headed dog, Fluffy, Hagrid had called it, with the particular madness of a man who named monsters, but by a series of protections, one from each professor. He knew Dumbledore was the final line of defense. He knew Snape had been counter-cursing at the Quidditch match and guarding the corridor with increasing agitation all term, which meant Snape knew the stone was in danger. He also knew that Dumbledore had left the castle that evening. An urgent owl from the Ministry, McGonagall had said at dinner, looking pinched and unhappy. Harry had felt the headmaster's magical signature, the vast, warm, complex thing that he'd become attuned to over months of being watched by it, withdraw from the castle grounds like a tide going out. The timing was too neat. The Ministry owl was a fake. Someone had lured Dumbledore away. Tonight. Harry sat up. Pulled the curtain aside. Moonlight fell across the dormitory floor in pale rectangles. "Ron," he whispered. A snore. "Ron." Ron jolted awake with the grace of a startled giraffe. Who, is it spiders?" "It's tonight. Quirrell's going for the stone." Ron blinked at him. Sleep fell away from his face like water from a duck. "You're sure? Dumbledore's gone. Quirrell's been getting more desperate for weeks. The shadow on him is practically eating him alive. If he doesn't move now, he won't be able to move at all." Ron was out of bed before Harry finished speaking. He yanked on his jeans, pulled a sweater over his pajama top, and shoved his feet into trainers. "Hermione? Meeting us downstairs. I sent Nick to wake her." Ron paused in the act of tying his laces. "You sent a ghost to the girls' dormitory? The stairs turn into a slide if boys try to climb them. Nobody said anything about dead men. Mate, that's either brilliant or deeply inappropriate. Both. Hurry up." They crept down the spiral staircase to the common room. Hermione was already there, fully dressed, hair pulled back, wand in hand, expression set in the particular look of grim determination that she wore before exams and dangerous adventures alike. Behind her, Nick hovered, wringing his translucent hands. "Tell me the plan," Hermione said. "There isn't much of a plan. We go down the trapdoor. We get through whatever protections the teachers set up. We get to the stone before Quirrell does." "That's not a plan, Harry. That's a sequence of events with no strategy behind them." "Fine. The strategy is, I can see things other people can't, you can think faster than anyone I've met, and Ron is the best chess player in Gryffindor." "What's chess got to do with it?" "One of the protections is McGonagall's. What do you think the Transfiguration professor who plays chess every evening in the staff room would use to guard the most important magical artifact in Britain?" Hermione opened her mouth. Closed it. "That's actually a good point. Occasionally I have those." Harry looked at Nick. "Can you get word to Wilhelm? Tell him what we're doing. If we're not back by dawn, find Dumbledore." "I know." Nick's face was drawn tight with anxiety. "Harry, I don't like this." "Neither do I. But if Quirrell gets the stone, Voldemort gets a body. And a Voldemort with a body is worse than anything in that corridor." Nick nodded. He pressed one ghostly hand briefly against Harry's shoulder. Harry felt it, a whisper of cold, a pulse of 500 years of loyalty, and vanished through the floor. They went. The castle was dark and silent, the corridors lit by guttering torches and stray moonlight. Harry led the way with the invisibility cloak spread over the three of them, which required hunching and shuffling and was roughly as stealthy as a three-person sack race. Hermione kept stepping on Ron's heels. Ron kept elbowing Harry in the ribs. "This was designed for one person," Ron hissed. "Really? I hadn't noticed, what with your elbow in my kidney." They made it to the third-floor corridor without being seen, which Harry attributed less to the cloak and more to the fact that the castle's usual patrol, Filch and Mrs. Norris, was mysteriously absent. Either they'd been diverted or they'd been dealt with. Neither option was comforting. The door to the forbidden corridor was already open. A harp sat in a corner, enchanted to play itself, its strings rippling through a gentle melody. And Fluffy, all 3 heads, was asleep. "Someone's already been through," Hermione whispered. The 3-headed dog sprawled across the floor like a mountain of fur and muscle and teeth. Its breathing was deep and rhythmic, all 3 noses whistling in imperfect unison. The trapdoor was visible beneath one enormous paw. Harry crouched beside it. Through his death sight, he could see Quirrell's trail, the smeared wrongness of the shadow, the corrupted boundary magic, leading straight down through the trapdoor like a trail of poison. "He's below us. Not far ahead." Harry reached for the trapdoor handle. "When I open this, jump. Don't think about it, just jump." "Jump into what?" Ron asked. "I'll tell you after you've jumped." "That's not reassuring, Harry." "I know." He pulled the trapdoor open. Darkness yawned below, absolute and bottomless. The harp's melody faltered, a string snapping, the charm failing, and behind them, one of Fluffy's heads snorted, and shifted, and began to open its eyes. Harry jumped. Ron and Hermione jumped after him. They fell. 10 feet, 20, the air rushing past them, darkness total, and then they landed on something soft and yielding, something that cushioned the impact like a living mattress. "See?" Harry said. "Soft landing. What is this?" Ron shifted. The surface beneath them was springy, slightly damp, and moving. "It feels like, oh no. Oh no. Devil's snare." The tendrils were already wrapping around them, thick, ropey vines that coiled around ankles and wrists with the lazy confidence of a predator that knew its prey couldn't escape. Ron thrashed. Hermione went rigid. "Stop moving." Hermione gasped. "It's Devil's Snare, it'll kill you faster if you struggle, it likes the dark and the damp, so light a fire." Ron yelled. "Right, yes, Lumos Solum." Brilliant white light erupted from Hermione's wand. The vines recoiled, hissing, retreating from the light like scalded fingers. But before the spell could fully take effect, something else happened. The tendrils touching Harry let go first. Not because of the light hadn't reached him yet. They released him and pulled away with a convulsive shudder, the way a hand jerks back from a hot stove. The vines nearest to Harry didn't just retreat, they withered. Green turned gray. Supple turned brittle. Life drained from the plant in a circle around him, as if his presence was poison to living tissue. Not poison. Death. The Devil's Snare was alive, and Harry carried death in his bones, and the plant felt it the way the troll had felt it. An animal recognition, cellular and absolute. The vines dropped them all and Harry, Ron, and Hermione tumbled through the dead tendrils onto a stone floor below. Ron sat up, gasping. "What just, it died. The bits around you just died." "Living things react to me sometimes," Harry said, brushing dead plant matter off his robes. "It's not something I control. That's useful. And terrifying. But useful." Ron got to his feet. "Where now?" A corridor stretched ahead, sloping downward. They followed it. The air grew colder as they descended, and the sound of small wings filled the tunnel, hundreds of them, a metallic flutter like a wind chime in a gale. The corridor opened into a high-ceilinged chamber, brilliantly lit, and the air was full of birds. Not birds. Keys. Winged keys, hundreds of them, swooping and darting and circling the chamber in a glittering swarm. Against the far wall was a heavy wooden door with an iron lock. And against the near wall, 3 broomsticks. "Flitwick's protection," Hermione said. "We need to catch the right key." Harry looked at the swarm. Through normal eyes, the keys were a blur of silver and gold, indistinguishable. But through his death sight, the room told a different story. The chamber remembered Quirrell's passage. Harry could see the echo of it, the corrupted trail leading from the entrance to the far door, and along that trail, like a fingerprint on glass, the imprint of the key Quirrell had used. It was large, silver, old-fashioned, with a bent wing where Quirrell's hand had damaged it in the catch. "Big silver one," Harry said, already mounting a broomstick. "Bent left wing. High, near the ceiling." He kicked off. The broomstick was nothing like his nimbus, sluggish, heavy, resistant, but Harry had learned to fly on a thestral, and everything else was easy by comparison. He shot upward, wove through the swarm, ignored the keys that dove at his face, and grabbed the big silver one out of the air on his first pass. It struggled in his fist, wings beating against his fingers, and he dove back down and thrust it into the lock and the door swung open. "Show off," Ron said, but he was grinning. The next chamber was dark. Harry stepped through the doorway and torches blazed to life along the walls, and the chessboard spread out before them. It was enormous. The pieces were taller than Harry, the pawns at chest height, the knights mounted on horses of black stone, the rooks towering like pillars. Black and white, arrayed in starting positions, waiting. Beyond the board, a door. "McGonagall," Hermione breathed. "It's wizard's chess. We have to play our way across." Ron stepped forward. His face had changed, the nervous energy draining away, replaced by a focused calm that Harry had only seen once before, when Ron had beaten the 7th-year chess champion in the common room while barely paying attention. Ron looked at the chessboard the way Harry looked at ghosts, with recognition. With understanding. "I can do this," Ron said. "But you'll need to do what I say. Harry, take the empty bishop square on the left. Hermione, you're the castle, rook, right side. I'm a knight." They took their positions among the giant stone pieces. Ron stared at the board, eyes flicking from piece to piece, and Harry could see him calculating, routes, sacrifices, contingencies, the entire game unfolding in his head like a map of future possibilities. "Ron," Harry said quietly. "I can help." Ron looked at him. Harry opened his death sight. The chessboard shimmered. Beneath the physical pieces, he could see the enchantment, McGonagall's magic, precise and elegant, a web of logic that governed the game. And in that web, like grooves worn in a path, he could see the memory of every game this board had ever played. Hundreds of them, layered over each other, move and countermove. The enchantment remembered, and it had a preference, a way it wanted to be beaten, a sequence of moves that satisfied its internal logic the way a joke is satisfied by its punchline. "Knight to f3 is the first move," Harry said. "Then bishop to c5. Then, it wants a queen sacrifice, Ron. It wants to be beaten by someone willing to sacrifice their strongest piece." Ron's eyebrows climbed. "You can see the solution. Not the whole thing. Just the shape of it. The intent. McGonagall designed this to test courage, not just skill. The winning strategy requires losing something important." Ron processed this. His jaw set. "Right. Then I'm the sacrifice." "What?" "No, I'm the knight. Knights are the sacrifice piece in the Queen's Gambit variation. I've run this opening 100 times. Ron's voice was steady. His hands were not. "I move to g5 in about 12 moves, the black queen takes me, that opens the diagonal for Harry to checkmate the king. It's the only way. Ron, if the queen takes you, it'll hurt." "Yeah. I know." Ron swallowed. "I can take a hit. Ask Fred and George, they've been smacking bludgers at me since I was 8. This isn't a bludger. These pieces are stone. They're 6 feet tall. So I'll get a really impressive bruise." Ron looked at Harry. His ears were red, his face was pale, and his eyes were absolutely certain. This is what you brought me for, mate. Let me do it. Harry wanted to argue. He wanted to find another way. But Ron was right, the enchantment's memory was clear, the solution coded into the magic like DNA. Sacrifice was the key. McGonagall had designed it that way because McGonagall understood that the greatest test of a Gryffindor was the willingness to give something up. If you get hurt, Harry said, I'll never forgive you. If I get hurt, I'll never let you forget it. Ron turned to the board. Pawn to e4. The game began. It was brutal. The black pieces played without mercy, a knight crushed a white pawn with such force that stone chips sprayed across the board. Hermione flinched. Ron didn't. He directed the game with a cold precision that Harry had never seen from him, eyes moving constantly, voice calm, calling out moves like a general directing troops. Harry, move to d6. Hermione, hold. White bishop to a4, now, before their rook covers. 12 moves in, Ron's prediction materialized. The board was a graveyard of smashed stone pieces, white and black scattered in rubble. The path to checkmate was open, one move, Harry to e1, king taken. But the path ran through g5. Through Ron. Ron, Hermione started. Don't. Ron's voice cracked, just once, and then steadied. When the queen takes me, don't stop. Don't come back for me. Harry finishes the game. Agreed? Hermione's eyes were bright with tears. She nodded. Ron moved to g5. The Black Queen turned. She was enormous, 8 feet of carved stone, cold-faced, pitiless. She glided across the board with the terrible inevitability of a glacier, and Ron stood in her path, a boy of 11 with clenched fists and a set jaw, and he did not move. The Queen's stone arm swung. It caught Ron across the chest and flung him backward off the board. He hit the stone floor, rolled twice, and lay still. Ron! Hermione screamed. Hermione, don't move. Harry's voice cut through her panic like a blade. She froze, one foot lifted, tears streaming. Harry's death sight was blazing. He could see Ron, alive, breathing, unconscious but alive. The boundary hadn't rippled. No shimmer, no departure. Ron was hurt, not dying. Thank God. Harry stepped to e1. Checkmate, he said. The Black King's crown toppled. It clanged against the stone board, rolled to Harry's feet, and was still. The remaining pieces shuffled aside, clearing the path to the door. Harry ran to Ron. Knelt beside him. Pressed 2 fingers to his neck and felt the pulse, strong, steady, reassuring. He's alive. Knocked out, probably cracked a rib, but alive. Hermione crouched beside them, her hands shaking. We can't leave him. We have to. If Quirrell gets the stone, I know. I know. Hermione wiped her face with her sleeve. Go. I'll stay with Ron. If he wakes up, I'll get him to the hospital wing and send for Dumbledore. Hermione, Harry. She grabbed his arm. Her grip was fierce. Whatever's down there, Quirrell, Voldemort, I don't care, you come back. Do you hear me? You come back. He covered her hand with his. I will. He left them there, Ron unconscious, Hermione guarding him, and walked through the door. The next chamber was already solved. A dead troll lay on the floor, bigger than the one from Halloween, and actually dead this time, slumped against the wall in a pool of something Harry didn't want to look at too closely. Quirrell's handiwork. Harry stepped over the body and felt the troll's echo, dim, confused, the spirit of a stupid creature that had died without understanding why. He murmured an acknowledgement and moved on. The next room was fire. 2 archways, one ahead, one behind, and the moment Harry stepped through, purple flames erupted behind him and black flames filled the archway ahead. Between them, a table with 7 bottles and a scroll of parchment. Snape's protection. Harry unrolled the parchment and read the riddle, a logic puzzle, cleverly constructed, designed to stymie anyone who relied on magic rather than reason. He read it twice and then set it down, because he didn't need it. He could feel Snape in the bottles. The same way he'd felt McGonagall in the chess set and Flitwick in the keys, the creator's intent, their magical signature, pressed into the enchantment like a watermark. Snape's intent was precise and unambiguous. The smallest bottle held the potion to go forward. The round bottle at the right end was the way back. But there was something else. Something Snape had woven into the enchantment beneath the logic puzzle, beneath the potion itself, hidden in a layer that only someone with Harry's particular sight could detect. A message. Not words, intent. A feeling, pressed into the magic with deliberate care. Be careful. Come back. Harry picked up the smallest bottle. There was barely enough for one person. He drank it, ice flooding through his veins, cold but different from his usual cold, Snape's cold, precise and clinical, and stepped through the black flames. The final chamber. It was large, circular, lit by torches that cast long shadows across stone walls. In its center stood the mirror of Eriste, the same mirror Harry had found at Christmas, the same gold frame, the same inscription. And in front of the mirror, his back to Harry, stood Professor Quirrell. Without his turban. The back of Quirrell's head was visible, and Harry's death sight activated involuntarily, and what he saw made his stomach lurch. The shadow he'd been tracking all year was not a shadow. It was a face. A face growing out of the back of Quirrell's skull like a tumor given features, chalk-white skin stretched over bone, slits for nostrils, red eyes that burned with a light that had nothing to do with life. Voldemort. Not a ghost. Not a spirit. Not an echo. Something worse, a fragment of a living soul, ripped free by murder and sustained by parasitism, feeding on Quirrell's life force the way a tick feeds on blood. Harry could see the connection between them, thin threads of corrupted magic running from the face into Quirrell's body, siphoning energy, strength, will. Quirrell was being eaten alive from the inside out, and the thing eating him was smiling. "I was wondering when you'd arrive," Quirrell said. His voice was different. The stutter was gone. The nervousness was gone. What was left was flat and calm and exhausted, the voice of a man who had stopped pretending. "Professor," Harry said. Quirrell turned. His face was gaunt, hollowed out, the skin stretched tight over cheekbones that hadn't been that prominent in September. His eyes were sunken but bright with a feverish intensity. "Don't call me that," Quirrell said. "I haven't been a professor in months. I've been a host." His mouth twisted. "A vessel. A thing to be used up and thrown away. Then step away from the mirror." "I can't." Quirrell's voice was matter-of-fact. "He won't let me. I tried, once, in February. I tried to run. He made me walk into the Forbidden Forest and stand there until the centaurs nearly killed me, and then he made me walk back and apologize to myself. To myself." A laugh, thin and cracked. "You can't imagine what it's like. Having something inside you that is stronger than you are." Harry said nothing. But he thought of the cupboard. Of the darkness and the hunger and the voice that said you are nothing, you are no one, you are the freak in the cupboard under the stairs. He thought of what it was like to have something stronger than you pressing down on every side, defining you, reducing you. "I can imagine more than you think," Harry said. Quirrell studied him. "Yes. Perhaps you can." He turned back to the mirror. "He wants the stone. I can see it in the mirror, I can see myself presenting it to my master, and he's pleased, and he lets me go. But I can't get it out. The mirror won't give it to me. Because you want to use it. The mirror only gives the stone to someone who wants to find it but not use it." Harry didn't know how he knew this. The knowledge surfaced from the same place his knowledge of Ollivander's wand had surfaced, pressed into his mind by the magic in the room, by the mirror's own intent. Dumbledore's final protection. Clever, Quirrell murmured. Clever old man. Let me speak to the boy. The voice came from nowhere. From everywhere. From the back of Quirrell's head, where the red eyes burned. It was high and cold and papery, like leaves scraping across a gravestone, and it carried a weight that was not volume but presence, a force of will so concentrated it pressed against Harry's senses like a hand against his chest. Master, you are not strong enough, I am strong enough for this. Quirrell turned around. Slowly. The movement was jerky, reluctant, his body fighting the command even as it obeyed. And then he reached up with both hands and unwound the last wrapping from the back of his head, and the face of Voldemort stared at Harry from the back of Quirrell's skull. Through normal eyes, it was horrifying. Through death sight, it was worse. The face was barely real, a mask of stolen life stretched over a void, a hole in the fabric of existence shaped like a man. Voldemort's fragment was not alive and not dead and not the graceful in-between that Harry inhabited. It was wrong. A violation. A piece of soul ripped free by the worst act imaginable and sustained by the consumption of another human being. Harry Potter, Voldemort said. The red eyes studied him. We meet again. We've never met. You killed my parents and left a scar. That's not a meeting. The lipless mouth stretched into something like a smile. Such courage. Such defiance. Your mother had it too, in the end. She stood between us and she would not move. The cold in Harry's chest tightened. He let it. I know what you are, boy. Voldemort's voice dropped, becoming almost intimate. I felt it the moment you entered this castle. A Death Speaker. The bridge between worlds. Do you know how rare you are? How valuable? I'm not valuable. I'm a person. You are a tool. The most powerful tool in the magical world. With your abilities and my knowledge, we could break the boundary between life and death permanently. No more mortality. No more loss. No more of the pathetic weakness that made your mother throw herself in front of a curse for a baby. Harry's hands were shaking. Not with fear. With a fury so deep and so cold that it felt like the opposite of anger, not heat but frost, not explosion but compression, the kind of force that crushed coal into diamonds. My mother's love isn't weakness, Harry said. Love is the weakness of the living. I have transcended it. You haven't transcended anything. You're a parasite clinging to the back of a dying man's head. You're the least transcendent thing I've ever seen. The red eyes blazed. You dare, I dare because I can see you. Really see you. Not the mask. Not the legend. You. Harry took a step forward. The cold in his chest was a furnace now, burning with a fire that gave no heat, and the whispers were a roar. You want to know what you look like through my eyes? You look like a wound. A piece of something that was cut away and refused to die. You're not immortal. You're not powerful. You're a severed limb that keeps twitching. Silence. The torches flickered. The mirror gleamed. Voldemort's face contorted, not with anger, Harry realized. With something he hadn't expected to see on that white, inhuman face. Fear. You know nothing, Voldemort whispered. I have conquered death. I have gone further than any wizard, you haven't conquered anything. Harry's voice was steady. The cold had settled into something dense and controlled, and his death sight was wide open, and he could see everything, every thread of stolen magic, every connection between the parasite and the host, every corrupted strand of the thing that called itself Voldemort. Death isn't something you conquer. It's something you understand. And you don't understand it at all. You're afraid of it. You're the most afraid person I've ever met. Kill him. Voldemort shrieked, and the fear was naked now, raw and desperate. Use the boy, get the stone, kill him. Quirrell lunged. His hands closed around Harry's throat, thin, cold, desperate hands, and pain exploded across Harry's skin. But the pain went both ways. Quirrell screamed. His hands blistered where they touched Harry, the skin reddening and cracking and peeling, and smoke rose from the contact point, and Harry understood in a flash, his mother's protection. The blood warred. The love that had saved him as a baby was still there, burning in his skin, and Voldemort's host couldn't touch him without being destroyed by it. Harry grabbed Quirrell's wrists and held on. The man screamed again. His face was a mask of agony. The blisters spread up his arms, his skin crumbling like ash, and behind him, Voldemort's face was contorted with fury and terror in equal measure. Don't stop. The pain is nothing. Kill him. But Harry wasn't trying to hurt Quirrell. He was holding on because through the contact, through the bridge of his mother's protection and his own death magic, he could see Quirrell. The real Quirrell. The man behind the parasite. A brilliant, lonely, ambitious young wizard who had gone looking for power in the wrong places and found something that consumed him instead. A man who had been afraid, and the fear had let the monster in. Let go, Harry said to Quirrell. Not a command. A plea. He's killing you. You know that. Let go of him and I can help you. Quirrell's eyes, his own eyes, brown and human and full of pain, met Harry's. I can't, he gasped. He's in me. He's part of me. I can't, you can. You're dying, Quirrell. I can see it. You've got hours, maybe less. He's taken everything you have. But the last part, the part that's still you, that's yours to give or keep. Don't give it to him. Don't let the last thing you do be his choice. Quirrell's hands trembled on Harry's throat. The blisters had reached his elbows. Smoke curled between them. The pain was enormous. Harry could feel his own skin burning where Quirrell touched him, but he didn't let go. He promised me, Quirrell whispered. Power. Knowledge. He said I'd never be afraid again. Was he right? A sob. Broken and wet and the most human sound Harry had ever heard from the man. No. I've never been more afraid in my life. Then stop being afraid. Let go. Something happened in Quirrell's eyes. The feverish brightness dimmed. The tension went out of his jaw. And for one moment, one brief, shining moment, the man he'd been before Voldemort found him surfaced, and he smiled. It was a thin, wrecked, beautiful smile, and it broke Harry's heart. Quirrell's hands fell from Harry's throat. No. Voldemort's scream was inhuman, a sound that had nothing to do with vocal cords, a psychic shriek that rattled the chamber and cracked the torches and sent Harry staggering backward. The face on the back of Quirrell's head was writhing, distorting, the stolen features twisting as the fragment tried to hold on to its host. But Quirrell was done. The man crumpled. His legs gave way, his body folded, and he hit the stone floor with a sound that was too quiet for the magnitude of what it meant. Harry caught him, lowered him, one hand behind his head, the dying man's weight settling against his knees. Through the death sight, Harry watched Quirrell die. It was not peaceful. The fragment of Voldemort tore free with a violence that left Quirrell's spirit shredded, a great wrenching separation, like a bandage ripped from a wound, and a dark mist erupted from Quirrell's body and coalesced into a shape. A face. Red eyes. A mouth open in a scream of rage and loss. The shade of Voldemort hung in the air above them and looked down at Harry with a hatred that transcended death. Harry looked up at it. The cold in his chest was absolute. His death sight was open wider than it had ever been, and through it, Voldemort's shade was laid bare, not the Dark Lord, not the monster, but the thing. The pathetic, desperate, mutilated scrap of a soul that had murdered and tortured and destroyed and still, after all of it, had not escaped the one thing it feared most. Go, Harry said. The word carried power. Not the kind he'd learned from books or wands, the deep power, the Lord of the Dead power, the authority that the throne in the Court of Bones was built to channel. It moved through Harry's voice like a current through a wire, and when it hit the shade, Voldemort recoiled. "Go," Harry said again. "You are not welcome here. Not in this castle. Not in this world. You are a dead thing pretending to be alive, and I am telling you to leave." The shade screamed. It was a sound that existed on frequencies the living couldn't hear, but Harry heard it, and the ghosts heard it, and far above, in the castle's halls, every spirit in Hogwarts froze. The scream was rage and fear and something that might, in a creature capable of it, have been despair. The shade lunged at Harry. It passed through him, a blast of cold so intense it stopped his heart for a full second, and then it was past, through the wall, through the earth, screaming as it went, a darkness fleeing into darkness, diminishing, fading, gone. Harry's heart restarted. He gasped, bent double, spots swimming in his vision. The chamber was silent. The torches burned. The mirror stood impassive, reflecting nothing. Quirrell was dead. Harry knelt beside him and looked at the man's face. The parasitic damage was visible even after death, the hollowed cheeks, the sunken eyes, the premature aging. But the face was peaceful. The fear was gone. Whatever Quirrell had been at the end, whatever tiny fragment of himself he'd reclaimed in those last moments, it had been enough. Harry could feel him, the spirit, not yet gone, lingering at the threshold. A small, confused, exhausted presence, hovering between the world it was leaving and the world it was entering. "I'm sorry," Harry said. "I'm sorry this happened to you." The presence flickered. Not words, gratitude. A whisper of thanks from a man who had been consumed by his own choices and, at the end, been given one last choice and made the right one. Harry opened the path. Gently. The way he'd done for Marjorie, but slower, more carefully, with the control that months of study and practice had given him. The boundary thinned. Light seeped through, warm light, not cold, the light of whatever waited on the other side. Quirrell's spirit moved toward it. Paused. Looked back, with senses that were no longer eyes. "It's okay," Harry said. "It doesn't hurt." The spirit crossed over. The boundary closed. Harry sat on the cold stone floor beside a dead man's body and breathed. His nose was bleeding. His throat was bruised where Quirrell had grabbed him. His hands were burned. The cold in his chest was a dull ache, spent and hollow. Something caught his eye. A glint of red, lying on the floor beside Quirrell's body. Harry reached for it and his fingers closed around a smooth, cool stone the color of fresh blood. The Philosopher's Stone. It must have fallen from the mirror during the struggle, or the mirror had given it up, recognizing that the person kneeling before it wanted nothing more than to keep it safe. Harry put it in his pocket. Then the ceiling exploded. Stone and dust rained down. A massive black shape tore through the hole, wings spread wide, white eyes blazing, a scream that was felt more than heard splitting the air. Moros. The Thestral had felt Harry's distress through the bond, and he had come through approximately 6 feet of solid rock to do it. Moros landed beside Harry in a shower of debris. The Thestral's enormous head swung left and right, scanning for threats, teeth bared, wings flared. Finding none, he turned to Harry and pressed his muzzle against Harry's chest with a force that pushed him flat on his back. "I'm okay," Harry wheezed from the floor. "I'm alive. It's done." Moros made the cello purr. It was deeper than usual, rougher, strained with the aftershock of fear. The Thestral folded his wings and stood over Harry like a canopy, blocking out the torchlight, and refused to move. Harry lay on the stone floor with his Thestral standing guard and the Philosopher's Stone in his pocket and a dead man beside him and the fading echo of Voldemort's scream ringing in his bones. He closed his eyes. He didn't know how long he lay there. Long enough for the bleeding to stop. Long enough for the burns on his hands to start throbbing in earnest. Long enough for footsteps to echo in the chambers above, growing louder, and a voice, calm, controlled, but threaded with urgency, to call his name. Harry. Dumbledore burst into the chamber. His robes were travel-stained, his silver hair disheveled, and his face, his carefully composed, always twinkling face, was white with fear. Real fear. The kind that an old man feels when he thinks he might be too late to save a child. He stopped short at the sight, Harry on the floor, Morose standing over him, Quirrell's body lying still by the mirror. "Harry," Dumbledore said again, quietly now. "I'm okay, Professor." "You are not okay. You are lying on the floor bleeding." Dumbledore crossed the chamber, giving Morose a wide berth. The Thestral's head tracked him with predatory attention, and knelt beside Harry. His hands were gentle as he checked Harry's throat, his hands, his pulse. "Quirrell's dead," Harry said. "I can see that. Voldemort was living on the back of his head. A fragment of his soul, parasitizing Quirrell's body. I could see it all year. The shadow." Harry swallowed. His throat hurt. "Quirrell tried to get the stone. Voldemort's fragment tried to kill me. Quirrell chose to stop, at the end. He let go." Dumbledore's hands stilled. He looked at Harry, really looked, the way he had that morning by the lake, with the twinkle gone and the calculation gone and nothing left but a very old man looking at a very young one. "You helped him cross over," Dumbledore said. "Quirrell. You eased his passage. He was scared. He'd been scared his whole life. I didn't want him to die scared." The silence that followed was the heaviest Harry had ever experienced. It pressed against his eardrums. He could feel Dumbledore processing, not just the words, but the implications, the sheer impossibility of an 11-year-old boy granting mercy to a man who had just tried to murder him. "The stone," Harry said. He pulled it from his pocket and held it up. The red gem glinted in the torchlight. "I think the mirror gave it to me. I didn't ask for it." Dumbledore took the stone. His fingers trembled as they closed around it. "No," he said softly. "You wouldn't have asked. That's why it was given." He slipped the stone into his robes. Then he put one hand on Morose's neck, the Thestral flinched, then settled, allowing the contact, and the other under Harry's shoulders, and he lifted the boy from the floor with a strength that belied his age. "Can you walk?" "I think so." "Then let's get you to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey will have my head if I delay." They walked. Morose followed, too large for the corridors, his wings scraping the walls, his hooves ringing on stone. Dumbledore said nothing about the massive invisible Thestral tearing holes in his school. Perhaps he had bigger concerns. Perhaps he simply understood that some bonds were not to be questioned. They passed through the chambers in reverse, the fire room, the flames had died, the troll room, Dumbledore stepped over the body without comment, the chess room, empty, Hermione had gotten Ron out, the key room, the devil's snare. Harry climbed in silence, one hand on Morose's shoulder for support, his body aching, his mind very far away. At the trapdoor, Harry paused. Looked back down the hole, into the darkness. "He'll come back," Harry said. "Voldemort. The fragment. I dismissed it, but I didn't destroy it. I don't think it can be destroyed. Not like that." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. "No," he said. "It cannot. Not by the means currently available to us." "What does that mean?" "It means, Harry, that this is not the end of the story. It is, perhaps, the end of the first chapter." Harry looked at the old man. Dumbledore's face was grave and tired and honest. "Are you going to tell me the rest?" Harry asked. "The things you said you'd tell me? About Aldrich, about the Hallows, about why Death Speakers frighten the wizarding world?" "Yes. When you are rested. When you are ready." "I'm ready now." A ghost of a smile. "You are bleeding from 3 places, your throat is bruised, your hands are burned, and you have a Thestral that is currently giving me a look that suggests he will eat me if I don't get you to the hospital wing in the next 60 seconds. You are not ready now. Moros huffed. The look he was giving Dumbledore was, in fact, exactly that. Harry let himself be led to the hospital wing. Moros went back out through a window. How the Thestral navigated Hogwarts architecture was a mystery Harry had stopped trying to solve, and Madame Pomfrey descended on Harry with the fury of a healer who had been told nothing and suspected everything. Ron was in the next bed, conscious and complaining. Hermione was asleep in a chair between them, her head on Ron's mattress, her hand wrapped around his wrist like she was checking his pulse in her dreams. Harry lay down. The sheets were white and cool and smelled like the hospital wing always smelled, clean, medicinal, and faintly of the dried lavender Pomfrey kept in bowls on every surface. The burns on his hands were wrapped. The bruises on his throat were salved. The bleeding had stopped. Ron turned his head. His face was pale and there was a bandage around his chest, but his eyes were sharp. "Well?" Ron said. Harry told him. Quietly, so as not to wake Hermione, though he suspected she was faking sleep and listening to every word. He told Ron about the fire room and the mirror and Quirrell and Voldemort's face growing out of the back of a man's skull. He told him about the confrontation, the words, the fury, the moment Quirrell had chosen to let go. He told him about dismissing Voldemort's shade. He told him about helping Quirrell die. Ron was silent for a long time after Harry finished. "You held his hand," Ron said. "The man who tried to kill you. You held his hand while he died. He was scared." "Yeah." Ron's voice was thick. "Yeah, I know. But still." He blinked hard, once, and his jaw tightened. "You're the bravest person I've ever met, Harry. And I've met my mum when Fred and George broke her favorite teapot." Harry tried to smile. It came out crooked and tired. "Get some sleep, Ron. You first." They lay in their hospital beds, side by side, in the soft lamplight. Outside, dawn was breaking, the sky turning gray, then pink, then gold. Moros circled the hospital tower once, twice, and settled on the roof. Hermione's fingers tightened on Ron's wrist. Ron's eyes closed. Harry stared at the ceiling and listened to his friends breathe and felt the whispers settle around him like a blanket, soft and warm and quiet. He slept. He dreamed of Quirrell, walking through a doorway of light, looking back once, and smiling. He dreamed of Voldemort, screaming in a void, red eyes burning, alone and afraid and utterly, completely alone. He dreamed of a woman with red hair pressing her hand against a mirror, mouthing words he could now, at last, hear clearly. "I am so proud of you, my darling boy. I am so proud." Harry slept, and the dead watched over him, and morning came. Chapter 6, Lord of the Dead. Harry spent 3 days in the hospital wing, and every one of them was a battle. Not against his injuries, Madame Pomfrey had those sorted within hours, the burns salved and wrapped, the bruises fading from purple to yellow to nothing. The battle was against Pomfrey herself, who had apparently decided that Harry was not leaving her care until she was personally satisfied that every cell in his body was functioning at peak capacity, and who responded to each of Harry's escape attempts with a glare that could have peeled paint off a broomstick. "You discharged yourself the last time, Mr. Potter, and I found out later you'd been fighting a mountain troll." "A troll. You will stay in that bed until I say otherwise." "I feel fine." "You feel fine because I gave you 3 restorative drafts and a calming potion. Without them you would feel like a boy who was strangled, burned, and magically drained in the same evening. Lie down." Harry lay down. Ron was discharged on the second day, his cracked ribs mended and his spirits high. He'd taken to telling anyone who would listen about the chess match, embellishing freely. "The queen was at least 12 feet tall, I reckon, and she had this massive stone sword," and by the time he left the hospital wing, his version of events had achieved the status of legend among the Gryffindors. He visited Harry every few hours, smuggling in chocolate frogs and every flavor beans, and once, memorably, an entire shepherd's pie under his robes. "You look like a pregnant woman," Harry told him. "A pregnant woman with excellent taste in comfort food. Eat up." Hermione came with books. Of course she did. She'd read 3 more volumes from the restricted section during Harry's confinement and had compiled a set of notes that was thicker than most of Harry's textbooks. "I've been thinking about what you said, about Voldemort's fragment," she told him on the second afternoon, perched on the edge of his bed with her notes spread across the blanket. "You said you couldn't destroy it. That it can't be destroyed by the means available to us." "What did you mean by that?" "I meant what I felt," Harry said. He was propped up on pillows, picking at a box of Bertie Bott's. "When I dismissed the shade, I pushed it away, out of the room, out of the castle. But I didn't unmake it. It's still out there. Still a piece of Voldemort's soul, still clinging to existence." "A piece of his soul," Hermione repeated slowly. "Harry, that's incredibly specific. How do you know it's a soul fragment and not just a ghost or a magical imprint?" "Because I know what ghosts look like. I know what imprints look like. This was neither. It was a piece of a living soul, torn off, mutilated, forced into a shape that shouldn't exist. Ghosts are the dead choosing to stay. This was the living choosing not to die. There's a difference. And you could see that? Through your death sight? Clear as day. Voldemort did something to himself. Something that ripped his soul apart. And whatever he did, I think he did it more than once." Hermione's quill stopped moving. She stared at him. "More than once? You think there are multiple fragments?" "I think the one on Quirrell wasn't the whole of him. It was too small, too weak. If that was all that was left of Voldemort, he'd barely be a person. But the shade I dismissed, it was angry. Purposeful. It knew where it was going. It had somewhere to go back to." The silence between them was heavy with implication. Hermione's mind was working visibly. Harry could practically see the gears turning behind her eyes, connecting dots, drawing conclusions. "We're going to need to research this," she said. "After exams?" "Harry, exams are over. Then after summer. This isn't something we solve in a week." Hermione looked like she wanted to argue. Her natural inclination was always to solve problems immediately, preferably with a library, but she caught something in Harry's face and relented. "After summer," she agreed. "But I'm starting a reading list. I'd expect nothing less." She gathered her notes, squeezed his hand once, quick and firm, the gesture of someone who expressed affection through efficiency, and left. Harry lay back against his pillows and stared at the ceiling and thought about fragments of souls and the places they might be hidden. On the third morning, Dumbledore came. He arrived at dawn, when the hospital wing was grey and quiet and smelled of fresh linen and the last of the night's healing draughts. Pomfrey let him in with the tight-lipped resignation of a woman who knew better than to argue with the headmaster before breakfast. Dumbledore conjured a chair beside Harry's bed, a squashy purple armchair that clashed magnificently with the hospital wing's clinical white, and sat down. He was wearing robes of midnight blue, and his half-moon spectacles were slightly askew, and he looked, for once, like a man who had not slept well. "How are you feeling, Harry? Ready to leave?" Madame Pomfrey disagrees. Madame Pomfrey thinks fresh air is a health risk. Dumbledore smiled. It was a small, tired smile, but genuine. "I promised you a conversation. Several conversations, in fact. I've been putting them off, and that was unfair to you." Harry pushed himself upright. "You said you'd tell me about Aldrich. About the Hallows. About why death speakers frighten people. I did. And I will. But I'd like to start with something else, if you'll permit me." Dumbledore folded his hands in his lap. "I'd like to start with myself." Harry waited. "When I was young, younger than you might imagine, given my current decrepitude, I was fascinated by death. Not in the way you are. Not with the compassion and the listening and the bridge building. I was fascinated by the idea of conquering it. Of defeating it. Of finding the loophole, the cheat code, the back door. He paused. I had lost someone. My sister. Ariana. She was damaged, by something that happened to her when she was very young, and the damage killed her. Slowly. And when she died, his voice caught. Just barely. Just enough. When she died, I wanted to undo it. I wanted to reach into the past and the beyond and pull her back. Like Aldrich, Harry said quietly. Exactly like Aldrich. The parallel is not accidental. I recognize the pattern because I lived it. Dumbledore removed his spectacles and cleaned them on his sleeve, a nervous habit, Harry realized, something the man did when he was being more honest than was comfortable. I was 17. My best friend, a young man named Gellert Grindelwald, who would later become the most dangerous dark wizard of the age, shared my obsession. Together, we researched the Deathly Hallows. The Hallows. 3 legendary objects. You've already encountered one of them. Dumbledore's eyes flicked to Harry's bedside table, where the invisibility cloak was folded beneath his pillow. The cloak of invisibility. Your father's cloak, passed down through generations of the Potter family. Harry's hand moved unconsciously toward the pillow. My cloak is a Deathly Hallow. The 3rd Hallow, yes. The other 2 are the Elder Wand, the most powerful wand ever created, and the Resurrection Stone, which is said to recall the spirits of the dead. Dumbledore replaced his spectacles. The legend says that the 3 Hallows were created by death itself, given to 3 brothers who cheated death at a river crossing. The brother with the wand was killed for it. The brother with the stone was driven to suicide by the ghosts it raised. Only the 3rd brother, the one with the cloak, lived a full life, because he used the Hallow not to defy death but to avoid it until he was ready. And you wanted all 3. Gellert and I both did. We believed that uniting the Hallows would make us masters of death. We were brilliant and arrogant and 17 and wrong. Dumbledore's voice was flat. The pursuit of the Hallows destroyed my family. It killed my sister, indirectly, through a confrontation that should never have happened. And it took me decades to understand what you seem to have grasped instinctively at the age of 11. What's that? That death is not an enemy to be conquered. It is a relationship to be understood. Dumbledore looked at Harry with an expression that was stripped of performance, no twinkle, no calculation, just a raw and weary honesty. You carry a Hallow, Harry. The cloak chose your family centuries ago, and it has been waiting for you. And I suspect, though I cannot prove it, that the reason a Death Speaker has arisen in the Potter line, now, after 800 years of silence, is because the Hallows are moving again. Gathering. Preparing for something. For Voldemort. For what Voldemort represents. The ultimate perversion of the relationship with death. A man who has torn his own soul to pieces to avoid dying. Dumbledore paused. Harry saw the moment the headmaster caught up with what Harry already knew. You've seen it. The soul fragment. Fragments, Harry corrected. Plural. I think. Dumbledore closed his eyes. When he opened them, they were very bright. Yes. I have suspected as much for some time. The magical term is Horcrux, an object in which a piece of soul is hidden, anchoring the creator to life even if their body is destroyed. Voldemort created at least one. You believe he created more. The fragment on Quirrell was too small. Too weak. If it was his only anchor, he'd barely exist. But he was coherent. Purposeful. He had a plan and the will to execute it. That means there's more of him out there. Other pieces. Other anchors. The silence that followed was the kind that changes things. Harry could feel it, the weight of a secret passing between them, the balance of the relationship shifting. Dumbledore had come to this conversation intending to guide, to teach, to manage. He was leaving it as something closer to an equal. I have been investigating this possibility for years, Dumbledore said carefully. I have found evidence, circumstantial, incomplete, that supports your conclusion. But the details are dangerous knowledge, Harry. If Voldemort discovered that we knew about his Horcruxes, he'd hide them deeper. Move them. Protect them more carefully. Precisely. Then we don't tell him. We find them, and we destroy them, and when they're all gone, we destroy what's left of him. Harry held Dumbledore's gaze. And you stop trying to handle this alone. You've been carrying this for years, and it's eating you the same way secrets always eat people. I can see it, Professor. The weight. It's in your eyes. Dumbledore stared at him. Harry stared back. 11 years old, sitting in a hospital bed in a borrowed nightshirt, with burns on his hands and a thestral on the roof and the ghosts of a 1,000-year-old castle whispering his name. You are a remarkable young man, Dumbledore said softly. I'm a tired young man who wants to go to breakfast. But I appreciate the sentiment. A laugh surprised itself out of Dumbledore, genuine and slightly helpless, the laugh of a man who had been outmaneuvered by someone a quarter of his age and didn't entirely mind. One more thing, Dumbledore said, standing. He straightened his robes, resettled his spectacles, and became, by degrees, the headmaster again, the public version, the twinkling grandfather, the most powerful wizard in the world wearing it lightly. The Philosopher's Stone. I have spoken with Nicholas Flamel, and we have agreed that it should be destroyed. Harry blinked. Destroyed? But Flamel, the elixir of life, Nicholas is 665 years old. He and Perenelle have enough elixir stored to set their affairs in order. After that. Dumbledore's expression softened. They will die. As they should have done centuries ago. Nicholas was quite cheerful about it, actually. He said death was merely the next great adventure. Is it? I have asked many ghosts, and none of them agree. Dumbledore moved toward the door. Get some rest, Harry. The end-of-year feast is tomorrow, and I suspect you'll want to be there. Professor. Dumbledore paused. Thank you, Harry said. For being honest with me. I know it wasn't easy. No, Dumbledore agreed. It wasn't. But you've earned it, Harry. Several times over. He hesitated at the door. The Hallows. The cloak. Keep it close. And when you're ready, truly ready, come and find me, and I will tell you everything I know about the other two. He left. The hospital wing fell silent. Outside the window, the sky was lightening, and Moros shifted on the roof, his talons scraping the tiles, and the day began. Pomfrey released him at noon, with strict instructions to avoid strenuous activity, strong emotions, and death-related magic for at least a week. Harry nodded solemnly and was breaking 2 of the 3 within the hour. He found Ron and Hermione in the courtyard, sitting on the sun-warmed stones with their backs against the wall and their faces turned up to the June sky. The grounds were lush and green, the lake was sparkling, and the forbidden forest was a dark fringe of mystery at the horizon's edge. Students wandered the lawns in small groups, the post-exam languor making everyone slow and happy and slightly dazed. Harry sat down between his friends. Ron handed him an apple. Hermione handed him a book. I'm not reading this right now, Harry said, looking at the cover. Horcruxes, a theoretical analysis. Hermione. Where did you even find this? The restricted section. Under a false title. It was shelved as advanced confectionery charms and I almost missed it. Of course it was. Harry set the book aside and ate the apple and let the sun warm his face and the whispers settle into their low, contented hum. So, Ron said. What now? Now we go to the feast. We eat too much. Gryffindor probably wins the House Cup because Dumbledore always does something dramatic with the points at the last minute. Then we go home for summer. That's not what I meant. Harry looked at him. Ron's face was serious, the real serious, the one that lived beneath the jokes and the Quidditch talk and the casual dismissal of anything that required emotional vulnerability. I mean, what now with the everything? The death stuff. The Voldemort fragments. The Hallows. The throne you haven't sat in yet. Ron paused. The thing you are. Hermione shifted closer. Not speaking. Listening. Her hand rested on the book between them, fingers drumming softly on the cover. I don't know, Harry said. Honestly. I know what I need to do, learn more, control more, find the Horcruxes eventually. But that's long term. Right now. He leaned back against the warm stone. Right now I just want to be here. With you too. Being normal. For 5 minutes. Normal's overrated, Ron said. You've never tried it. Fair point. They sat in the courtyard and watched the afternoon unfold, and for 5 minutes, then 10, then 20, then an hour, they were just 3 first years at the end of their first year, talking about nothing and everything. Ron told a long, rambling story about his brother Charlie and a Hungarian horntail that had eaten Charlie's boot while Charlie was still wearing it. Hermione described, in excruciating detail, every question she thought she'd gotten wrong on the Transfiguration exam. Harry listened to both of them and laughed at the right moments and asked questions and felt, with a warmth that had nothing to do with the sun, the solidity of what they'd built this year. Not just friendship. Something harder. Something tested. A trio forged in a bathroom with a troll and tempered in a dungeon with a dark lord, and whatever was coming, the Horcruxes, the Hallows, the war that Harry could feel gathering on the horizon like a distant storm, they would face it together. I need to do something before the feast, Harry said eventually. Down in the court. I'll be an hour. Ron and Hermione exchanged a look. Want company? Hermione asked. Not this time. This one I need to do alone. They let him go. No argument, no worry, just a nod from Ron and a quick squeeze of his hand from Hermione. Trust. Hard won and freely given. Harry walked through the castle. The corridors were warm with late afternoon light, the portraits dozing in their frames, the suits of armor gleaming. Students called out to him as he passed, "All right, Harry. Good to see you up, Potter. Brilliant Quidditch season, mate." And he returned their greetings with an easy wave, a quick smile. The boy who lived. The famous Harry Potter. A normal kid, as far as they knew. The ghosts knew different. As Harry climbed toward the 7th floor, the dead materialized along his route. Not crowding him, Wilhelm's system was still in place, the Baron's authority keeping the flood at bay. But they were there, lining the corridors, hovering near the ceilings, drifting in the walls. Dozens of them. Hundreds. Every ghost in Hogwarts, visible and invisible, strong and faded, ancient and recent. They didn't speak. They didn't kneel. They simply watched him pass, and their silence was not emptiness but presence, the massed attention of the dead, turned toward the living boy who could hear them, see them, help them. Harry walked through their ranks and felt each one. Eloan, bright with the joy of being remembered. Nick, solid and proud, his head sitting slightly more firmly on his nearly severed neck these days, as if the unburdening of his story had strengthened even his ghostly anatomy. Geraint the blacksmith. Thomas the hidden wizard. The Victorian woman. The knight. The old Elizabethan. Spirits whose names Harry had learned over months of midnight listening, whose stories he carried in his memory like stones in a pocket, small and heavy and precious. And there were others. Ones he hadn't met yet. Ones who had been watching from a distance all year, waiting their turn, patient with the patience of the very long dead. They'd have their chance. Next year, and the year after, and the year after that. Harry had time. He was 11. He had years and years, and the dead had forever. He reached the 7th floor. Slipped behind the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. Entered the empty classroom. Opened the path. The court of bones welcomed him with cold silver light. The torches ignited as he descended, one by one, their pale flames reflecting off the bone-white walls. The carvings shifted in the light, the eternal stories of the dead and the living, the hand reaching out, the doorway standing open, the Thestral carrying its rider through a sky of stars. Wilhelm was waiting by the throne. The Baron hovered at attention, his blood-stained form rigid and formal, and when Harry entered the main chamber, the ghost straightened further, if that was possible for someone already ramrod stiff. "My lord," Wilhelm said. Harry didn't correct him. Not today. He walked across the polished floor, past the runic inscriptions, through the ring of silver torches. The throne stood on its dais of white stone, pale wood and black thestral hair, the carved heads on the armrests staring forward with their hollow eyes. "I've read Aldrich's journals," Harry said. "All of them. The theory, the practice, the warnings. I know what he did wrong. I know what he did right. And I know what I need to do differently." "Tell me," Wilhelm said. Aldrich treated the throne as a conduit. He sat in it and opened himself to the dead, and the throne amplified his power, and eventually the amplification consumed him. He used it to go deeper and deeper, pushing past his limits, because the power felt infinite and he forgot that he wasn't. "Yes. I'm not going to use it as a conduit. I'm going to use it as a seat." Wilhelm blinked. It was not an expression Harry had seen a ghost make before. "A seat," the Baron repeated. "The Lord of the Dead doesn't need amplification. He needs authority. The throne isn't a power source, it's a symbol. A place to sit and listen and make decisions. A center. An anchor." Harry looked at the pale wood. Aldrich's mistake wasn't sitting in the throne. It was forgetting that the throne was just a chair, and the real power was in the person sitting in it. Wilhelm was silent for a very long time. The silver torches burned. The carvings shifted. Deep below the floor, in the sealed places, something stirred, not with alarm, not with hunger, but with what Harry chose to interpret as interest. "You have given this a great deal of thought," Wilhelm said. "I've had 3 days in the hospital wing with nothing to do but think." "And you're sure?" Harry stepped onto the dais. The pale stone was smooth and cold beneath his feet. The throne was right there, close enough to touch, close enough that the pull of it was a physical sensation, a gravity that wanted to draw him in. He was not afraid. "I'm sure," he said. Harry sat down. The throne took his weight. The pale wood was cool against his back, the armrests solid under his hands, the carved thestral head smooth beneath his palms. It fit him, not perfectly, he was still small, still a boy, his feet not quite touching the floor, but it fit in the way that mattered. The way a key fits a lock. The way a voice fits a silence. And the court of bones woke up. Not violently. Not catastrophically. Not the way it had woken for Aldrich, with the boundary shattering and the deep dead pouring through. It woke the way a house wakes when someone comes home, lights coming on, warmth filling the rooms, the building settling around its inhabitant with a sigh of recognition and relief. The silver torches blazed brighter. The runic inscriptions in the floor began to glow, softly, steadily, a network of pale light spreading from the base of the throne outward in concentric circles. The carvings on the walls moved, actually moved, the figures turning to face Harry, the hand reaching out, the doorway opening, the thestral spreading its wings. The entire room oriented itself around the boy on the throne like a compass finding north. And the whispers became voices. Not a flood. Not a roar. A choir. The dead of Hogwarts, speaking clearly for the first time, their individual voices distinct and recognizable and present. Harry heard them all, Eloan's precise diction, Nick's tutor rumble, Thomas's nervous tenor, Marjorie's childish treble, from beyond the boundary, faint but clear, a little girl saying hello from the other side. Hundreds of voices, layered and harmonized, and behind them, deeper still, the vast murmur of the dead beyond Hogwarts, the uncountable millions, the entire history of human mortality, whispering from the far side of the boundary. He could hear them. All of them. Every voice. Every story. Every unfinished sentence, every unsaid goodbye, every secret carried to the grave and held there in the silence of the dead. It was enormous. It was overwhelming. It was the most beautiful and terrible thing Harry had ever experienced. And he did not lose himself in it. Because the throne was just a chair. And the power was just a gift. And Harry James Potter was a boy with friends who loved him and a Thestral who would tear through stone to reach him and a mother whose hand on a mirror had said, "I am so proud of you." He was the anchor. Not the throne, not the court, not the power. Him. The boy who'd crawled out of a cupboard and found a dying creature in a bush and chosen kindness over fear. The boy who'd listened to a ghost story and eased a little girl's passage and held a dying man's hand. The living heart at the center of the dead's vast, lonely world. Harry gripped the armrests. Breathed. Let the voices flow through him and around him, not into him, through him, the way wind passes through a window. Present but not permanent. Heard but not held. "I hear you," he said, and his voice filled the court, amplified by the runes, carrying the weight of the throne's authority and the warmth of his own humanity. "All of you. I hear you, and I am here, and I am not going anywhere." The voices surged, not with need, not with hunger, but with something else. Something Harry had been given so rarely in his life that it took him a moment to recognize it. Joy. The dead were joyful. After centuries of silence, after the sealing of the court and the loss of Aldrich and the long, long years of being unseen and unheard and forgotten, the dead had their speaker again. And this one, this small, fierce, gentle, stubborn boy, was not going to burn out. Was not going to lose himself. Was not going to let the love bury him. This one was going to stay. Harry sat on the throne and let the joy wash over him, and he smiled, and the silver light of the Court of Bones blazed like a star beneath the castle. Wilhelm knelt. Not with the forced reverence of a subject or the desperate worship of the lesser ghosts. With the earned respect of a soldier who has seen his commander tested and found worthy. "Welcome home, my lord," the Baron said. Harry looked down at him from the throne. At the blood-stained ghost who had served one lord of the dead and watched him burn and spent 8 centuries in grief and guilt, waiting for a second chance. "Thank you, Wilhelm. For everything. For waiting. I would have waited 800 more." Harry nodded. Then he stood, deliberately, consciously stepping away from the throne while the power was still flowing, proving to himself and to the court and to the deep dead sleeping below that he could, and descended the dais. "The feast starts in an hour," he said. "I need to change into clean robes. And I promised Ron I'd try the cauldron cakes." Wilhelm rose from his kneel. Something that was almost, very nearly, a smile crossed the grim face. "Go, then. The court will be here when you return." "I know." Harry paused at the entrance to the staircase. "Wilhelm. I'm going to bring Ron and Hermione down here this summer. I want them to see it. The red one will touch everything. Probably. And the girl will reorganize the library. Almost certainly. I will prepare myself for the indignity." The smile was definitely there now. Faint, weathered, hard-won. But there. "Go, Harry. The living are waiting." Harry climbed the stairs. Sealed the entrance. Emerged into the 7th-floor classroom, where the last light of the June evening was pouring through the windows in shafts of gold. He walked to the great hall. The corridors were full of students heading the same way, chattering, laughing, jostling for position. Harry joined the stream and let it carry him, one body among many, unremarkable, invisible in the best possible way. Ron and Hermione had saved him a seat. Of course they had. Ron was already evaluating the empty platters with the critical eye of a food connoisseur, and Hermione had a book open on the table beside her plate, which she closed with only moderate reluctance when Harry sat down. "Well?" Ron said. Harry reached for the water jug. Poured himself a glass. Drank. "I sat in the throne," he said. Ron's eyebrows climbed. Hermione's breath caught. They looked at each other, then at Harry, reading his face the way they'd learned to over 10 months of friendship and crisis and late-night conversations. "And?" Hermione asked. "And I stood up again." Ron let out a breath. His grin spread slowly, like sunrise. "That's the most Harry Potter sentence I've ever heard." Dumbledore rose at the high table. The hall fell quiet. The headmaster looked out over the 4 long tables of students, and his gaze swept the room, and when it reached Harry, it paused, just for a moment, just long enough, and something passed between them. Acknowledgement. Understanding. The beginning of an alliance that would shape the years to come. "Another year gone," Dumbledore said. "And what a year it has been." His voice was warm and carried to every corner. "Before we tuck into our magnificent feast, I have a few last-minute points to award." The hall rustled. Dumbledore's end-of-year point awards were legendary for their dramatic timing. First, to Mr. Ronald Weasley, for the best-played game of chess Hogwarts has seen in many a year, 50 points. The Gryffindor table erupted. Ron went the color of his hair. Fred and George started a chant. Hermione clapped so hard her palms turned red. Second, to Miss Hermione Granger, for the cool use of logic in the face of fire, 50 points. More eruption. Hermione buried her face in her hands. Ron thumped her on the back. Third, to Mr. Harry Potter. Dumbledore paused. The hall went silent. Every eye turned to Harry. At the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy's face was a mask of rigid attention. At the high table, Snape's expression was carved from stone. For outstanding courage and extraordinary compassion in the face of mortal danger, Dumbledore said, 60 points. The noise was deafening. Gryffindor had won the House Cup. The table was a chaos of screaming, pounding fists, hugging. Percy Weasley was weeping. The Weasley twins were doing their war dance again. Neville Longbottom, who had tried to stop Harry and Ron and Hermione from leaving the common room that night and earned 10 points of his own for standing up to his friends, was being hoisted onto shoulders. Harry sat in the middle of it and let the noise wash over him. Ron was shouting in his ear. Hermione was laughing and crying simultaneously. The golden plates filled with food, roast beef and chicken and mountains of potatoes and the famous cauldron cakes that screamed when you bit them, and the enchanted ceiling showed a sky full of stars, and the candles floated, and the house banners turned scarlet and gold. At the edge of the hall, the ghosts lined up. Every one of them. Nick at the front, resplendent in his ruff, his head sitting firmly for once. The fat friar beaming. The grey lady standing tall and proud. Geraint, Thomas, Eloan. The Victorian woman. The knight. Dozens more, the fated ones, the forgotten ones, the ones only Harry could see. They filled the edges of the great hall in a silent semicircle, and they watched the boy on the Gryffindor bench with an expression that was no longer hunger or need or desperate hope. It was gratitude. Harry raised his glass of pumpkin juice, just slightly, just enough that the living wouldn't notice, toward the ranks of the dead. A toast. A thank you. A promise. I see you. I hear you. I will not forget. The ghosts inclined their heads. All of them, in unison, a wave of acknowledgement that rippled from Nick to the Baron and beyond, through the walls, through the castle, through the centuries of the dead. Then they faded back to their usual posts, and the feast continued, and Harry ate a cauldron cake and it screamed and Ron laughed so hard pumpkin juice came out of his nose. The last day of term came with the shriek of owl post and the chaos of packing. Trunks banged down staircases. Cats yowled. Trevor the Toad made yet another escape attempt and was found in a toilet by a second-year Hufflepuff. The Hogwarts Express waited at Hogsmeade Station, scarlet and gleaming, ready to carry them back to the Muggle world. Harry packed slowly. He folded his robes, stacked his books, tucked the invisibility cloak into the bottom of his trunk beneath a pair of Ron's socks that had migrated across the dormitory through some unknown force. He held his wand, Holly, 11 inches, phoenix feather, and felt it hum against his palm, warm and familiar and alive with the partnership they'd built over 10 months. He left the dormitory last. Checked under the bed, behind the curtains, in the corners. Not looking for lost socks. Looking for the shape of the year he was leaving behind, the outlines of the boy he'd been when he arrived and the boy he was now and the space between them, which was vast. He went downstairs. The common room was empty. Everyone had gone ahead to the carriages. Harry stood in the round, warm room with its red hangings and its cold fireplace and its squashy armchairs, and he said, quietly, "Thank you." The castle heard him. He felt it, a pulse in the walls, a warmth in the stone, the old building settling around his words with a contentment that was not human but was close. He walked to the entrance hall. Pushed through the great oak doors. Stepped into the sunlight. The students were streaming down the path to the gates, a river of black robes and dragged trunks and excited chatter. Ron was waiting at the bottom of the steps, Hermione beside him, both of them squinting up at Harry in the bright June sun. "Ready?" Ron called. "Yeah," Harry said. "Almost." Because the ghosts were there. They lined the path. From the castle doors to the gates, on both sides, hovering an inch above the grass, the dead of Hogwarts had assembled. Not the visible ghosts, all of them. Every spirit in the castle, every echo strong enough to manifest, every faded wisp of a forgotten life. They filled the edges of the path in a silent double column, hundreds of them, a guard of honor that no living eye but Harry's could see. Nick stood at the front, nearest the doors. He bowed, a deep, formal, courtly bow, the kind he would have given a king in the court he'd served 5 centuries ago. "Until September, my lord," Nick said. Harry walked the path. Past Nick, past the fat friar, past Eloan and Thomas and Geraint. Past ghosts whose names he knew and ghosts whose names he would learn next year and ghosts so old and faded they were barely there at all. Each one inclined their head as he passed. Each one whispered a word, not lord, not master, just his name. Harry. 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 He reached the gates. Turned back, once, and looked at the castle, its towers and turrets blazing in the sunlight, its windows flashing, its ancient stones warm and golden and alive with 1,000 years of magic. And the dead, lining the path, watching him go, and not one of them sad. Because he was coming back. He would always come back. This was his place, not the cupboard, not Privet Drive, not the world of the living alone. This threshold. This bridge. This castle full of whispers and wonder and the restless, grateful, patient dead. Harry turned away. Ron took one side of his trunk, Hermione took the other, and they hauled it toward the carriages together, bickering about who was carrying more weight. "You're barely lifting your end, Ronald. I cracked a rib 3 weeks ago. That was fully healed within 24 hours and you know it. I'm emotionally fragile. You ate 4 helpings of pudding last night. You are the opposite of fragile." Harry grinned and let them argue and felt the sun on his face and Moroz's presence at the edge of the forest, waiting, always waiting, and the whispers fading to their softest hum as the castle receded behind them. The train ride was long and warm and golden. Harry sat by the window with Ron and Hermione, and they played Exploding Snap and ate too many chocolate frogs and talked about nothing important, and the English countryside rolled past in shades of green and gold, and London rose out of the distance like a promise. King's Cross. Platform 9 3/4. The barrier. The Muggle world, grey and loud and utterly ignorant of the magical country that existed alongside it. Ron's family was waiting, Mrs. Weasley, round and warm and tearful, already pulling Ron into a hug that would last approximately 3 minutes. The twins were there, and Percy, and a small red-haired girl who stared at Harry with enormous brown eyes and then hid behind her mother. "You must be Harry," Mrs. Weasley said, releasing Ron and turning on Harry with the unstoppable warmth of a woman who mothered everything in her vicinity. "Ron's told us all about you. You'll come stay this summer, won't you? We'd love to have you." "I'd like that," Harry said. "Thank you, Mrs. Weasley." Hermione's parents were there too, neat, baffled-looking muggles who shook Harry's hand and said they'd heard so much about him and looked at the magical platform with the expression of people who had not yet fully accepted that their daughter was a witch. Goodbyes. Hugs. Promises to write. Every week, Hermione said firmly. "And not just about Quidditch, Ronald. I make no promises." Harry watched them go, Ron swallowed by his family, Hermione walking between her parents, already explaining something with animated hand gestures. His friends. His people. His anchors. The Dursleys were not at the platform. Harry hadn't expected them to be. He pushed his trolley through the barrier, into the main station, and found Uncle Vernon's car idling at the curb, Vernon himself behind the wheel with an expression of thunderous impatience. Harry loaded his trunk. Got in. Said nothing. Vernon said nothing. The car pulled away from King's Cross and into the London traffic. Harry looked out the window. The city scrolled past, buildings, buses, people living their lives, unaware that a war was brewing in the world beside theirs, that a dark wizard's soul was scattered in hidden places, that a boy in the back seat of a mundane car carried the weight of the dead on his shoulders and the love of the living in his heart. They reached Privet Drive at dusk. Number 4 looked the same, the neat lawn, the pruned hedges, the complete and suffocating ordinariness of it. Harry carried his trunk inside. Vernon grunted something about expectations for the summer. Petunia pretended Harry didn't exist. Dudley was watching television with the volume up loud enough to rattle the windows. Harry went to his room, the second bedroom, Dudley's cast off, still better than the cupboard. He set his trunk at the foot of the bed. Put Hedwig's cage on the desk. Opened the window. The evening air was warm and smelled like cut grass and the distant memory of rain. The street was quiet. Normal. Muggle. Safe. A dark shape descended from the sky. Moros landed on the roof of the garden shed with a grace that belied his size. The shed groaned under his weight but held. The Thestral folded his vast wings, settled his skeletal body into a crouch, and fixed his white eyes on Harry's window. Harry leaned on the sill. "Miss me?" A huff. A pulse through the bond, warmth, possession, fierce and uncompromising love. "I missed you too." Harry looked at the street. At the houses, the cars, the neat little lives in their neat little boxes. And he looked at the shadows between the streetlights, and in the shadows, he saw them. The dead of Privet Drive. Not many. This was a quiet suburban street, not a 1,000-year-old castle. But they were there, a handful of spirits, faded and small, hovering near the houses where they'd lived and died. An old woman by number 7. A man in a soldier's uniform by number 12. A teenager with headphones and a sad smile by the park at the end of the road. They saw Harry. They felt what he was. They turned toward him, slowly, hopefully, the way flowers turn toward light. Harry smiled. Raised one hand. A greeting. An acknowledgement. A promise that they had not been forgotten. The old woman by number 7 pressed her translucent hands together and bowed her head. The soldier straightened to attention. The teenager grinned and waved back. Harry closed the window. Drew the curtains. Lay down on his bed in the gathering dark. The cupboard was below him, that tiny, spider-filled space where he'd spent the first 10 years of his life. He could feel it through the floor, the ghost of his own childhood, the echo of the boy who'd lain in that darkness and whispered to himself that someday things would be different. They were different. Harry closed his eyes. The whispers settled around him, not the vast chorus of Hogwarts, not the thundering voices of the Court of Bones, but a gentle murmur, familiar and quiet and faithful. The dead of Privet Drive, keeping watch. Morrows on the shed roof, keeping guard. Hedwig on her perch, keeping company. He was the Lord of the Dead. He was the boy who'd found a dying Thestral in the bushes and chosen compassion over fear. He was 11 years old, and he had homework to ignore and friends to write to and a war to prepare for and a whole life, vast and terrifying and wonderful, stretching out before him. He was not alone. He would never be alone again. In the quiet dark of number 4 Privet Drive, with the summer stretching ahead and the whispers of 1,000 grateful spirits murmuring his name, Harry Potter slept. Not with worship. With gratitude.